All right, let's do this. Let me share my link first because I haven't done that yet. Oh, my title's wrong. I changed my title as well. Okay, that's better. So David, I'm just sharing my link. Give me a second. I mean, there's some major difficulties with Twitter or X, whatever they call it these days. That's better. Oof. So difficult to use stuff these days. All right, let's quickly go into this. Let's not waste time. Yo. I think I really need to stream in the mornings because I get more people come in the mornings. Anyway, that's by the by. Let's see. All right, let's just quickly have a look at Bitcoin. Let me just quickly do what I normally do, which is the volume. Let me just check the volume out. Just delete all this now. Let's do it to 4 hours. Let's do it to 1 hour. Let's just do it 1 hour. Let's get all the data and see if there's any changes. Overall volume. Full market levels. No. Must be that. Okay. Shit, what's going on? Okay. All right, so this is interesting. if you do the pull from here, that's perfect. Look, so I've done the pull from this expansion candle here, and look at the volume area, look at the value area low. Perfect. So that's exactly right. We're still within the value area, we're finding support on the value area low. That's exactly right. And look at the point of control. That's a big deal because that's bullish. The point of control has just moved to the lows of the range. Just from yesterday, all of that volume that's been put in has brought the point of control to the low of the range. So wow, that's really impressive. I'm pleased to see that. Effectively, now all that we need is just to flip that point of control into support, and then we only have to contend with a high volume node up there. That's it, really. That's your high volume node there. So that was the point of control, which is no longer the point of control. So that's really good. It's really good to see that. Let me delete that now. That's really important development. Let me just update this lower range now as well. Okay, so it's interesting because on this lower range, where would you take it from there? We have a high volume node above us. And you see the value area on this lower range is slightly different. Do I have I got this lower range marked? No, I don't. Probably best to mark it, actually. Just in case. I think it really matters. Gary, good afternoon. Welcome. Low range. You're wondering why is he not streaming? Where is he? He's lazy. Right. So that's the lower range volume area. Let me just kind of mark that. I had it before, but I must have deleted it. Lower range volume area. Perfect. So we have the lower range of volume area. We have the higher range volume area. Perfect. You could potentially just take the volume area of this range here as well. We're getting a little bit pushed down now. This isn't good. It goes from bad to good. US news now. Bloody US news. This could be like the push down before the push up, except it's really pushing down. Why is it pushing down? Let's have a look. Oh, long closed. Short, long, short, long. It's a big long that closed there, 6.9 million decrease. The bullish CVD has been validated now, unfortunately. But it looks like we're about to swing failure this low. No liquidations. No imbalances either. That's a short closing. These are longs entering. Long close. Longs entered here actually. No, longs entered here. So longs entered. Shorts closed and then longs entered. It's actually not looking terrible, to be honest with you. USD core PPI. Don't know if it changes. Does it change anything? Look, that's just a swing failure, isn't it? Does it change anything? Let's have a look at SLERF. SLERF is just taking liquidity from the lows. It's still in range. Let's quickly have a look at the DXY. DXY just had a little pump to the top side. I don't think it's a big deal, huh? I don't think anything changes. The DXY has just taken the liquidity from the top of these two candles. Nothing really changes, I don't think. This is still on the... It's hard to know. Bitcoin dominance hasn't gone up, so there's no threat to Bitcoin. You'd expect Bitcoin dominance to shoot up if it was something drastic. Just a little bit of news, huh? USDT dominance. It's back above the value area high, right? So that's not good for Bitcoin if we're back above value area high. If it holds support there, that's not good for Bitcoin. But obviously we have to see how this plays out. Look, that's the problem. Maybe it's just filling the gap here. Maybe it's just kind of coming up to fill the gap. To do that. All right, let's go back to Bitcoin then. I mean, the problem is the wick's quite long if you're going to take the SFP, yeah? But for all intents purposes, that's a swing failure. But these are some longs closing here. We're back at week open. Look at that. We're back at the week open. That's holding a support. And not only are we back at the week open, we're also back at the monthly point of control. Look. So it's quite a strong support here. I don't think it shouldn't really go down. Week open, monthly point of control. Where's the VWAP? VWAP's really high up, huh? So let me just make sure that's refreshed. I don't think it's a bad place to enter, to be honest with you. I think it's quite a good place. All right. So looking at Bitcoin, the update is, forget about the news. The update is that now the point of control of this range, this overall range, has moved. It's no longer higher up, it's lower down now. And this high volume node actually should be in that one there. So that used to be the point of control, the high volume node. Now it's moved to the lows of this range. Okay, the price is now trying to find support. We were in the value area low for a second, we lost it, we reclaimed it, we lost, we're losing it, we're reclaiming it. There's a little bit of a battle going on here, and actually there's another value area low. So we're kind of stuck at the moment between the value area low of the overall range and also this lower range. We have a value area low which is obviously offering a little bit of support. Effectively what the price needs to do now, it needs to just get back above the value area low, find support, and then squeeze up. That's really what needs to happen. That would look really good. Higher lows, inverse head and shoulders, that would look really good. Yeah, I think if you get that kind of price action with a higher high there, we'll probably have a pretty nice move to the upside if that happens. And so right now this is decision point for what happens next. This is the moment that we've all been kind of anticipating, and I'm in a long right now, so obviously I want it to go up, but you know, anything can happen. You know, when you're dealing with Bitcoin and crypto, anything is possible. So that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to analyze all the possibilities so we're prepared for what could happen. That's the range. My trend-based fib time has coming to an end today. Okay, or potentially last night. I don't know exactly when. It depends how you take these pivots, whether you take it a little bit later or a little bit earlier, because that top there is quite a range. See, so depending on where you take that, could it be there? Yeah, could be there. And then this is quite clear. This is pretty much there. This is pretty clear. This is pretty much there. So the problem is here. So if you take it to the early one, then we're already cleared. Otherwise, you take it to the end, and we're in it. We're in that pivot right now. I kind of like this to match. It's an area anyway. So I think we're at fib time, at a good place where the correction should end. Yeah, that's an end of our correction. This should be the end of our C. Okay, should be ABC, ABC, ABC. Really, that's 3 ABCs we've just had. Look, ABC, ABC, ABC. So this should really end now, because we've just had a series of ABCs, which completes the final C leg, which completes the Y. So this should be it. I'm expecting this to be the end. And naturally, I'm expecting the price to go up. Okay, I'm not expecting the price to go down, because we're looking for the correction to end or the impulse to begin. So it'd be very weird if we start going down. Like I wouldn't be able to explain it if we go down. I can't explain it. Okay, if we go down, I don't think this correction is incorrect. I think the way I've mapped it out has been pretty on point. It's been pretty good. But what happens next is a mystery. I think we should now go up. Okay, now when I say now, I don't necessarily mean now, like in 5 minutes or in 2 seconds, but now I was in, this is the right time, the right place for the price to find support finally and start moving to the upside, because that would correspond with this corrective pattern that I've been mapping. Okay, and when you do a trend-based fib, so when it comes to trend-based fib time, we're on time at the moment. This is on time to complete. that would be an exact timing identical of this wave to that wave, and that's the middle wave. Yeah, these are the same. When it comes to the extension, from here to here to here, you're basically coming in. Look, we're coming into right now, look, the 618. See that? The 618. So we have a lot of confluence here in terms of fib time, in terms of the fib extension, which is a 618, which is actually quite bullish, because this is the one and then this is the 618. I think that's really bullish, the fact that we've not had such a deep zigzag correction. I would have expected a deeper one would have gone all the way down to, by here, it would have been down to here. Yeah. And actually, I think this is really bullish right now. This is looking really bullish. I think if you're not in a long, get in a fucking long. What else? What am I talking about? What the hell? I don't mean to like give financial advice. It's all entertainment, right? Is anyone here? Anyone listening to me? Gary? 100x? Fat thumbs? Let's go. Let's do it. Hopefully you're in a long, because effectively what I'm saying is that this is it. This is the moment of our destiny. This is this should be it, huh? The point of control is moved to the lows. We've completed a harmonic based on fib time. It's effectively what I'm saying is that this is an ABCD pattern. ABCD. That's what it is, but it's not the same length. It's only coming to the 618, which is really bullish. That's what we're completing now on fib time. This is really looking good. This is looking really good. Now, I don't know if the correction continues. So this is what I've drawn out here. It's always possible for this WXY to continue, but I'm still expecting an up. Whatever happens, I'm expecting an up. If a correction continues and you end up with a WXY, you're still going up, because effectively what you're doing is you're going down, then you're going kind of up somewhat. I don't know where. And then maybe this is going to go down like that. Okay. No one can predict that. I don't know if this is going to happen, but I am expecting for the next couple of months for the price to go up. Yeah. I'm not saying that the price is going to impulse up, because I have no idea if it is or not. If it starts to impulse, then we'll be looking at a wave 5, which is the end of the wave 3. If it doesn't impulse, if we start seeing ABCs, we start seeing this whole pattern continue, and it should be pretty similar. It should be based on fib time, pretty similar. If we start seeing a continued pattern, then this is actually going to be some kind of long drawn out corrective pattern, much longer than this one. And it's just the way the markets are ready to go up. Basically, we'll just have a long drawn out corrective move over the summer. Okay, but I am expecting up, and that's kind of what I'm saying. I'm expecting up. Already, look, this is pretty good. This is looking quite bullish. Huh? It's looking really bullish. I'm still I'm still not in profit on my positions. I'm pretty much break even on BTC and SLERF. I think I entered a little bit early, but that's fine, because I think this is now played out. We're putting in this little kind of wick, this buying tail. This is quite strong wick. It's quite a powerful wick. It's kind of what you want to see. And this may not suddenly, like, I mean, if people are looking for safety to long, then the safest way to long this would be to reclaim the VWAP as support. So you can see the VWAP, we're still underneath it. If people are looking to long in safety, then definitely just wait for the VWAP to flip as support, and then you can just long that. Okay, that's a pretty easy long. Flip the VWAP as support, just long that. In the context of what I'm suggesting, I think it makes perfect sense to look for longs, but of course just have an invalidation. So we've taken a swing failure here. This needs to play out. Okay, you can't rush anything when it comes to the markets, so we just have to see this play out. I think it'd be very weird to go down. Like, I just can't imagine it right now. I'm not expecting it, and I think we should contemplate it just to be prepared for a down. And so naturally we're looking at this whole kind of price action. I'm looking at the daily candle now. I honestly think this is looking good to go up. Look at the way these are higher lows, right? I think this should be it. Like, I honestly think I don't want to see now. I want to see this pattern continue, and I think this should be it. And I don't really want to see like a daily close underneath that line there, honestly. Now, could we go down, swing failure that, and still come back up? Yes, we could. But what would be, for me, that would be quite detrimental is if we start closing down here on this candle. I just wouldn't like that. Of course, that could be another fake out and the price could explode up. Of course, that could happen. But I think that would be quite weak, you know, because yeah, I don't want to think about that really. I think now what I want to see, and it's a hard one, isn't it? Because you're like thinking to yourself, well, this is looking quite bullish. We've come down here. This is a 12-hour time frame. We've filled the gap of this candle. We're kind of holding some kind of support line. Okay. And now what we need is for the price to go up. We need the price to go up to confirm our analysis. And that is that this is actually, we're forming some kind of bullish pattern here. And we've come in just to back test some levels and we're just holding support. Okay. If you suddenly find yourself, if the price suddenly finds itself down here, then that's not correct. That's not what you're expecting. All of my trade ideas was to find support here. Let me have a look. So yeah, so here. No, that was not correct. That was from before. Yeah, that was from before. No, that's not correct. Did I not save them? Oh, I didn't save it, did I? It's a bit weird. RH, hi. Gary's saying he's stuck on a SLERF long at 285. I'll have a look at that in a second. I really like, I mean, look, I don't know what to say, but this is the moment. This is what we've been waiting for. Whether Bitcoin holds here or now, or whether it doesn't, will determine what happens to Bitcoin. So it's quite an exciting moment. I'm just trying to see, like, this is that upper range. And this is this lower range from when we lost it to current. So actually, can you see that? So actually what we're in this kind of lower range and we're holding the value area low here. That value area low corresponds with the lower range value area low. And we're trying to hold the overall range value area low. So we're at a really important place. I think this is good. I think what we're seeing right now is good. We're just in this range. We're holding the value area low. And what you want to see now, what we want to see now is a little bit of volume put here. maybe exactly the same thing. Maybe the point of control can somehow flip to the lows. I don't know. And then what we want to see is we want to see the price move up and get back into this value area here, this value area here. If that happens, I think we're moving up. Yeah, I think we're going to go up. If we start seeing that, we can get back up there again for the once, twice, third time. So in my mind, if you're thinking about adding, that would be a good place to add. Flip the value area high into support. That would be a really good place to add. Maybe even the point of control. I think it's going to require strength to get back above the point of control. So actually, maybe just getting back into this little mini range here would be enough of a sign of strength. Basically back above the point of control. Maybe that would be a good place to add. And so maybe people are thinking, should I take profit? It's a hard one. I think it's always it's never wrong to take profit. So it's always good to take a little bit of profit, but I'm going to be adding, yeah, because I'm actually looking for higher. I'm looking for the move now too. I'm looking for the price to start moving up. I'm looking for this to be the bottom, okay? And I might be wrong. And every time I've said that, I've always been in profit and never took profit and get invalidated and get stopped out at break even. Eventually we're going to hit the bottom. And that's, so I'm kind of thinking to myself, because of all the other analysis that I have, maybe I'm looking to add, okay? It's a bit of a risk. Effectively what I'm doing is I'm risking my unrealized gains for future gains. So yeah, David is saying plan the trade. Trade the plan. This is tricky, yeah, because you can either intraday trade and just take your profit, or you can try and risk that profit for more profit. And so I think it's really important that if you do that, you look for signs of strength on the continuation, yeah? So naturally, if you're expecting the price to reclaim this higher range, you still have to see it happen. If you see the price come up, and this is really what you can't just leave your trade. You have to kind of keep an eye on them. If right now we're expecting the price to go up, and we're trying to reclaim that range, and you can't get in there, you see clearly that the price is struggling to get in there. That might be a good place to take profit, okay? But if you do see the price getting there, that's a sign of strength. I'll be looking to add. I won't be looking to take profit. I'll be looking to add to my position. So on every sign of strength, I'll be looking to add. And then if I see the price now struggle and I start seeing weakness, then I'll be looking to take profit. Okay, so that's kind of what I'm looking for. So coming into resistance and having a reaction isn't weakness, that's expected. Weakness would be to reclaim levels as support and then start losing them again, yeah? So effectively what I'm saying is, once we found support here, if we start moving up, and you know, we're not out of the woods yet, we have to see what happens. If we start moving up, then I'm looking for levels to be reclaimed. If I see levels reclaimed, I'll be adding. And as soon as I see weakness, not a reaction, a weakness, I'll be looking to take my profit. That's kind of the way I've strategized the trade in my mind. Because actually, I'm thinking to myself, I'm looking for a much higher time frame trade here. I'm looking for a little bit more of a swing trade. I've said that in the past, and every single time I haven't taken profit, but I'm not even in profit right now. So, so it doesn't even really matter. SLERF is looking a little bit weak right now. And so often I'll look at SLERF and I'll consider SLERF as a front run to Bitcoin's price action. We're into the daily level. You see that on SLERF. So let me just quickly analyze SLERF and see if there's any changes to the information. Volume area is fine, pretty much. We've bounced off that trend line almost perfectly. There's an amazing drop. That's the fourth bounce off that trend line, maybe 5 if you count that as a front run. And yesterday when I was imagining the price action, I had these ideas. So let's just have a look at those and see how it's panned out. So we are into the area of interest now. You see that? This is the one that we're in. I did think we probably could lose that top range. And that happened this morning. We're into my trade idea. It's here, basically. This is kind of where I imagined a trade. For the 50%, let's test it. Let's come back and test it. And the other line of interest that I have is one of these. That one. So I've got this GAN fan, which is the 8-1. And here we lost it and just bounced back, and now we've coming back in to test it. So we're coming now into a really important level on SLERF. It's into this GAN fan. It's into this back test of this golden pocket. And we're coming into the 50% of this V-shaped pattern, this V-shape, which is kind of where you would expect the price to find support. Okay, so we've come into a really good area for the price to find support. And we just need to see it happen now. So let me just clean this up. Let me just get rid of this shit. Get rid of the volume because that didn't change. Let me put the volume. So the other thing I've been doing is putting a volume profile just on this move, just on this little bit of move. And you can see now we're also into the value area low just of this little move. And the point of control is just there with us. So if we can hold support here, that will be, then this should really move up. Okay, this is kind of a good place for the price to find support. I don't know, I think it looks okay. It doesn't look terrible. Obviously you want the price to go up, but at the moment it looks like it's finding support. It looks like we're holding support, and we just have to see what happens. There's quite a lot of volatility in the price action. With these wicks, you can see that liquidity is being taken from the highs and the lows of this mini range. Okay, so there's quite a lot of indecision here. But because the point of control now is in the lows, you can see that there's volume here. That was a big volume sell. You see that? So that was bought up. And here we've got a big volume, another big volume sell. See that? So naturally, even though there are some sells, there is buying too, because the price hasn't really moved. That's what I'm seeing here. So there is buying. Let's get rid of that. Let's clean this up a bit. The other thing we have here is a daily level. So if you guys weren't aware, yesterday we formed a brand new daily level here. We're right back at it now, which is the 6-6 of this golden pocket. Okay. This has to hold the support. That's basically what I'm saying. This is it. This is like, if you want to long, this is the right place. Daily level, back test of a golden pocket, the 50% mark of this V shape. You've got this 8-1 Gann fan, and of this bullish impulse, you're into the value area low of the impulse. Okay, so I think right now this has to hold. Yeah, it has to hold. If it doesn't, it'll be like this into the golden pocket, probably the first place to find a reaction. That's where people will be selling. So if we don't hold here, we'll go down, probably bounce. And if the impulse of that bounce isn't strong enough, it'll do that. If it's strong, it will go up and do that. So we have to see that. I think if you do drop and come back up, I think a lot of people will sell into that because they'll like to scale out of their positions. Maybe they're over positioned, and wait to see what happens, because effectively what you want to do is get right back into that area. Yeah. And so naturally, if you're going down now, it's hard to have an invalidation, because right now, where do you put your invalidation? Effectively, you don't want to take out this low. So there's quite a wide invalidation here. It's hard to have a tight invalidation. You see, if you had your invalidation at this low here, you'd be stopped out by now. Okay. So, and there's no natural market structure here which gives you a safe place to put an invalidation. So you're going to have a hard stop underneath this pivot. And effectively, if you do see a breakdown, then the first pump, the first opportunity to exit or scale back, you'll have to do that just in case we're going down. Okay. I'm not saying it's going to happen because I'm in a long. I'm in a long. Of course, I don't think it's going to happen because I'm long. But I'm just kind of preparing you or us for worst case scenario. I'm not expecting it, but I'm prepared for it. So if we suddenly see a breakdown here and weakness to try and get back in, that's where I'll probably be looking to either short cover or to scale down my position, take a little bit of a loss, just to wait to see what happens. Okay, and just be safer. Better to be safe than sorry if you see that. And I've got a hard stop down here. It's well above 1% of my account. But that's what I'm doing. I'm bullish. I'm over leveraging. That's what I'm doing. You know, so high risk, high reward. This is the place. Like if you're gonna risk, this is it. This is, some people risk hoping for up, not knowing that they're catching the bottom, but this could be the bottom. This has all the signs of the bottom, of the right place of where the bottom could form. Yeah. And so therefore, if you're going to risk, this is the place. And the time. And that's really important too. A lot of people don't understand how important time is. Not only are we at the right place, we're also at the right time of going up, of changing the whole behavior of this price action over the last few weeks to a different type of price action. It's a really interesting moment for all of us, actually. And actually what I'm seeing here on Bitcoin, just higher lows, you know, if that idea continues, that's extremely bullish. Yeah, the price can't make a lower low here, then this is going to be a massive buy up, I think. It could, and maybe what we need to do is range here until daily close and then just go up with daily close. Yeah, maybe. Hold on, I need to answer this. Okay, sorry about that. So look, I'm really not thinking down, but you have to be prepared for down. Okay, so what do I not want to see right now in terms of a change? Well, look, this is the daily time frame on Bitcoin, and I guess I like to see these lows continue. You can see that there's a pattern forming here, higher lows. See that? I don't know if I want to see a lower low here now. Honestly, I think I'd like to see a rounding bottom here with regards to the lows. That kind of, I do have that rounding bottom idea. I don't know how long it was going to prolong for, but I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of a rounding bottom here. Okay, like that. That would be quite bullish to see that. If we start putting in a low here, then I'm going to have to reevaluate, okay? Because I actually like to see higher lows. I like to see that continue. It looks like it wants to continue because we've just cleared the liquidity, come into the value area low, and you can see the pattern is there's a pattern forming. I like that pattern. That's a really bullish pattern, higher lows, potentially a rounding bottom on this price action. I like that, yeah? Maybe an inverse head and shoulders too, but I prefer this kind of rounding bottom idea. It just means that the price is struggling to make lower lows. Black Child, Awaken, welcome from Moscow. Doesn't mean I won't take a trade if we have a swing failure here. But I think if we have a swing failure here, I'm going to reevaluate everything. Yeah, because you could have a swing failure and the price could do that. One bounce and you're out. Okay. And effectively, I don't know if I want to see this low taken. Yeah. I don't know if I want to see that taken. I'm not confident about the price action if we go down and take that low, because I like what's forming here. This is, for me, this is very bullish. A little bit of a rounding bottom, higher lows now. So it's like we've put in the pivot and you're forming some kind of deep inverse head and shoulders pattern here. Connected with this Adam and Eve. Adam, and this is the Eve. Yeah. If we have a breakout of the neckline, then, you know, measured move, you're probably aiming for up there. Okay. That's kind of where you're heading for. If we head up there, we're probably heading higher. You know, probably Bitcoin loves to overextend. So to confirm that idea, I'm not interested right now in taking out these lows. I really am not. If we do take out the lows, I'll have to reevaluate. I'm going to reset my strategy and then I'm going to take a brand new trade, completely fresh. I'm not going to just continue with this idea, because this idea for me is working right now. And this, I expected the price to come down. You know that yesterday evening I came and I said I think the price is going to go down, and look what's happened. Yeah, for me it looked like this was a good place to go down, and this is a good place to go up. And as long as you don't break this pattern or break this idea, then as long as support holds, then I don't see why we don't go up. Yeah, and hopefully we have a little bit of a squeeze to go up as well. So let's just see how this plays out. At the moment we're holding some kind of support. We have actually failed to come back into this green candle here. Yeah, we've come all the way down and filled the gap. Yeah, so that's quite bullish. It's a bullish idea to come down and fill the gap and yet fail to close into a candle that took us out of here. Effectively, if we're coming in and holding support here, that's kind of what I was expecting. But obviously what you need now is you need to go up. Yeah, and when I say now, I mean sooner rather than later. What you don't want to do is you don't want to prolong here and give the bears another attempt at taking the lows. That's what you don't want to do. So I think sooner rather than later, what we want to happen here is we want to squeeze up. Yeah, squeeze up, get back into that range, once we get back into that range, I'm going to add to my position. If we can flip the top there, I'll add to my position. Why not? I'll keep on adding, basically. I'll be adding on every sign of strength. And, you know, you only live once. This is the moment of glory. If we can break this neckline, and if this Adam and Eve does play out, then you're basically scaling into this on every sign of strength. You'll have a really good position, and then I'll be looking to take max profits on completion of this pattern, probably at probably aiming for the value area high, to be honest with you. Probably that's a bit too far extended. It's probably there. I imagine it's probably there, actually. Yeah. That's probably going to be your aim, what you're aiming for. And if we can flip the point of control, the newly formed point of control, into support, that's going to be a real massive sign of it. It'll be a good place to add. Let me just do a range. Yeah, exactly. So you see the golden pocket, it lines up nicely with the value area high of this range. Yeah. Nope. That probably will be your first take profit, actually, just looking at it. So even though I've got this going up like crazy, the reality is that even if we do break this, if we find signs of strength and we break this and go up, we will still find resistance here. So just bear that in mind. That might come all the way back down to the neckline to test it. And if the neckline holds, you can have another attempt at that level. And maybe if you can flip it, you can go up. Yeah, like we're not going to be able to go through that level in one go, just simply because that's the former point of control. It's a high volume node, and it's also now the golden pocket. So there's quite a lot of resistance there. So even if we do go up and break this, we might go up, find resistance and come back down. Then that's the test of the neckline. If the neckline doesn't hold, then you've invalidated this bullish idea. And guess what? You're going right back down. Yeah. You're looking for lower, you know, and then you have to see what happens. You've invalidated the bullish idea. Now you're forming something else. Now the price is looking to find support. I do feel that if that happens, a lot of people will start shorting again. Okay. And that could cause an upset. Yeah. So just bear that in mind. I think that would be a real kind of coming back to the neckline to hold. It will be really important if we do break out and find resistance into the goal, into this high volume node. And it's also possible that the point of control flips back to that high volume node as we go up. Yeah, we flipped it down into the lows, which is bullish. As long as we can flip it into support, which is going to take a little bit of time, it's not happening right now. If you flip it into support, that's bullish. But then if we go up and put volume at the high volume node, it's very possible that the point of control goes back up to the high of this range. Yeah, it goes right back up. Then we're playing ping pong between these two nodes. Yeah, so you just have to bear that in mind. While this is a good place for the price to impulse, it is also very possible that we just start forming more ABCs, 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 ABCs. Yeah. So just bear that in mind. This first move should be bullish. Yeah, it should be bullish for a continuation to the upside. Hold on. So that's my that's kind of my update right now. So I'm in a long, all right? I'm in a long. I probably longed a little bit early, but it's okay. I was looking to long this. I just had a plan and I executed my plan. I'm in a long on SLERF and on Bitcoin. I'm on both of those. leverage longs, and we just have to see what happens. I think SLERF is going to lead whatever happens. Okay, so right now we've put in a lower low on the 15-minute time frame. You see that? This is the lower high. So we've got a really nice some nice pivots here. If we can go up, take a higher high, come down, higher low, go up, take out that high, then we've changed market structure here. Then I'll probably be looking to add to my Bitcoin leverage. Yeah, if we can change market structure here to go bullish on SLERF, I might even add to my SLERF, to be honest with you. I'll probably add to both. So the next time I add will be a market change, structure change on SLERF. That's what I'm looking for right now. Let me just do this correctly again, just to make sure that I haven't made any mistakes. Give me a second. Let me just redo this again. Let me have a look. Lower low, lower high, lower low. Okay, so that's the high to beat. Okay, so if you want to make a note, the price has to get above there first. Okay, this is your lower low, this one here. Now, if after putting that lower high, see, it's from lower high, lower low. Yeah, so you've gone down from a lower high to put in a lower low. If we come down now and put in another lower low, then this pivot becomes our lower high, this one here. Okay, that's only if. But right now the price needs to first, for a market structure change on the 5-minute time frame, the price needs to go up and make a higher high there. Then it needs to come back down and put in a lower low, a higher low, higher low. As long as you don't take out this lower low, it can put in a higher low anywhere. And then the price needs to go up and take out that high. That would be a higher high. Once that happens, you have a 5-minute market structure change on SLERF. Then I'll be looking to add to my Bitcoin leverage position and also to SLERF on the next pullback. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. SLERF is naturally leading, so maybe by half an hour. So if we start seeing SLERF become really bullish, then that's a really good strong sign that Bitcoin is about to follow. All right, so just bear that in mind. This is what we're looking for right now, and what we don't want, and this is what I said to you before, what we don't want now, we don't want to just go down here. You know, that's what we don't want to see. Okay, you start seeing that, then that's actually, like, I don't see this as weakness, this move to test support, but this I think would start to show some real weakness because you're losing important levels. The daily level is really important, the 6.6, the 50%, this 8.1. There's a lot of important levels here that are corresponding at exactly the same point. This should hold. Yeah, if this doesn't hold, that's really bearish, because this is a really good area for the price to find support. Gary's saying that's why I like it when we're live. I'm not looking at the charts live and doing silly stuff. Okay, so I should be live all the time. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to panic, right? Easy to panic when you're looking at unrealized gains at minus $1 million. Whatever, easy to panic. But right now I don't want to see this low taken here. Absolutely not. I don't want to see it taken. Even though I was thinking about a possible long, it would literally be a scalp. You know, you could take that low, it'd be a scalp, and I'll be looking for that, or looking for that. I wouldn't be looking for higher prices. I'd be looking for continuation of whatever the hell is forming here. But what we're actually looking for now is for the price to find support, go up, change market structure, break that freaking outer trend line, yeah, and let's go up. Yeah, let's start going up now. That's what we want to see. Yeah, and so if you're bullish, you want to see the price go up. You don't want to see the price continue to struggle at support. Okay, so that's kind of the update. I don't think it's terrible right now. Look at that. It's all right. Clear the liquidity from the lows. The price is right back up into the value area low. Perfect. It's kind of what you want to see. Support is holding. Yeah. Clear the liquidity. Support holds. Look at that volume that came down. It was absorbed. And the next sign of strength will be just getting back above, getting up there, into there. Get into there. That's your sign of strength. You see that? I'm going to be adding. Yeah, be looking to add to that. If we get up there, I'll be looking to add. I'm basically looking to add every level that we flip into support. And the first sign of weakness, I'm going to be looking to take profit. Okay, and that's kind of how I'm playing this. I'll be looking at SLERF very carefully, because I think if SLERF changes the 5-minute market structure back to bearish after it's changed to bullish, that would be a real sign of weakness, because I'm not expecting that. Now I'm expecting the price to move. David is saying 3 p.m. USD, Chairman Powell from the Fed is speaking. Oh God. And then he's also saying tomorrow we have a CPI at 1:30 UK time. So there's going to still be a lot of volatility in the market. Yeah, just bear that in mind. So don't go crazy with your invalidations. Yeah, don't get too tight. And if you have wide invalidations, make sure that you're not overexposed. Yeah, just in case you do get whatever shit happens, you know, like this is the problem. When people own crypto, they don't realize that shit happens. Sometimes you step in shit and you can get wicked out. So just be aware of that. I think it's okay. It looks okay to me. This looks quite bullish. A little bit of a bearish, like I said, a little bit of a bull flag forming here, isn't it? Lower highs, lower lows. We can get back up there, change market structure. We could break out of this. Yeah, could be good. I'm seeing good signs here right now. Obviously, what we need to see hasn't happened yet, and so let's keep an eye on that. Let me just quickly have a look at the order flow. Look at that. We're coming into the VWAP. So, David, if you want to take profit, you know this is the right place. If you want to take profit on that SFB. I'm getting notifications from Ape, David. He's longing like there's no tomorrow. In case you guys don't know, I follow this guy called Ape. Let me show you. I don't need him, to be honest with you, but it's good to see when to see what other people are doing. This is the guy. If you don't follow him, this is the guy. It's called Ape. Ape31. The fuck? Where is he? There he is. He's been mega bullish for the last few weeks. He says that he's a high risk taker. No one really knows if he's using a paper dummy account or not. No one really knows. Who knows? It looks like he's using Bybit, and he comes up with crazy figures. Look, TRB. I have no idea. Like, it's really interesting because he posts a lot of profits. To get into his group, you have to pay him like $500. So I did. I paid him $500 back in December, and I got involved. I got into his Telegram group, really no help at all. Honestly, I can't say that I've been helped that much. It hasn't been helpful in any meaningful way. But just kind of just to show you, this is his bot. So I get all his notifications of when he longs and all the tokens. So you can see now that he's been longing BTC, longing ETH, longing WLD, longing whatever that is. Okay, so I get all of his shit. And then he also sometimes put comments. He hasn't really, honestly, I haven't really found that much help in his analysis, because he's like ultra bullish and he buys into weakness like there's no tomorrow. So it's very difficult for anyone to trade the way he does. I don't trade the way he does. It never works for me. But it's good to see that he's longing though. So that's quite helpful. So if you needed, what I use his bot for is another sign of confluence that someone is longing. Yeah, and David is correct. Before he used to long and short, and these days all he does is just long and long. Long and long. I'm almost like to think to myself, I mean, his invalidation must be really low or something, or I don't know. So what's interesting here is that Bitcoin is showing strength, SLERF isn't. Okay, you see that? So SLERF is usually leading, and right now SLERF isn't leading. It's lagging. So just, I don't know what that means. It probably means that we're not going up just yet. Yeah. So just bear that in mind. Okay. I think we want to see SLERF lead. Once Bitcoin is safe, I think SLERF is going to be pumping like there's no tomorrow. We just have to be aware of that. All right. David is going to TP at the VWAP, which is fast approaching. Let me just put it up. Oh, we're into the VWAP now. I can actually take profit, huh? I want to close my long. Might do that actually. How much profit is it? It's not much. Let's do it. Oh fuck, I closed my wrong trade. What an idiot. Oh shit, I closed my SLERF trade. Real idiot. Why did I do that? Shit. Oh man. I'm such an idiot. Sucks. I'll reopen it now. This thing. Maybe there is a reason for it. I don't know. It's hard to get back in and get into SLERF, you know, once you close. Shit. There is something. Did I do that? I'm such an idiot. Don't say that. I just reopened it. What the hell? Just. You take profit on BTC, you realize some losses on SLERF. As soon as BTC flips that VWAP, I'm gonna long again. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking of. Or maybe what I'll do is maybe it is fate, Dave. Maybe I'm just gonna increase my SLERF position. Maybe that's the strategy here that I'm going to do. But I wouldn't mind having a BTC position as well, though. That's the thing. It looks like it wants to claim that, huh? Is it that VWAP? Look at that. Let's have a look at the order flow. So this is actually showing that we're not into the VWAP yet. Look, is it? All right, these are shorts closing, no divergences at all. David is saying refresh your XO charts. Oh, you're right. Long now. I'm not sure, but I think we're looking, the BTC is looking quite good. So, how would you take that, David? Wait for a back test? PDEQ, huh? All right. Right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. David says he's going to wait for it to get above PDEQ. Let's keep an eye on it. We've got to wait for this to happen. See that? It's still struggling to get back above there. What's SLERF doing? SLERF is actually looking quite resilient, considering that Bitcoin looks like it's struggling a little bit to get back above the VWAP. Not too bad. Look at that. Lower CVD, higher prices. There's absorption now. I'm gonna buy. Start buying them. We're getting bullish absorption here just underneath the VWAP. It's very obvious. So look at that. CVD lower. I'm just looking at this, guys. I'm not really saying anything because I'm thinking about what to do next. I can see some bullish divergence here. So the sales here are being absorbed, right? You see how the CVD is going down. The price is kind of not going down. So it means people are putting limit orders here and they're absorbing the price as it goes down. They're absorbing it, but they're not market buying. So what you want to see right now is you want to see a short close at market. That's what you want to see. That's going to be the first kind of otherwise that's going to be holding us resistance there, the VWAP. Buy Intel. Oh, we have single prints, huh? Let me mark those as well. It's a really small band here, and then the bigger band. I'll mark those off on my main chart. Okay, getting a little bit of a rejection from the VWAP. Oh, look at SLERF. Maybe that was a sign, David. Oh. See, that's not what you want to see. You don't want to see us SLERF lose levels. Got to be aware of that. Arguably, if SLERF puts in a lower low here, it could be good, because it just means it's a lot easier to change market structure. But we haven't even done that yet. So SLERF is trying to find support. And that's quite a large sell here. You know, the volume is quite good. Finding support here a little bit. And I think fundamentally what's going to happen is that BTC needs to flip the VWAP into support. It's going to be really important to see what happens with SLERF. You could find, I mean, these price moves that go down suddenly, they come up suddenly as well. So I'm not too worried about that. But you don't want to be closing down underneath the daily level now. I wouldn't be fond of that price action. How many minutes left on this candle? Look, this is the first candle. Second one, actually, that 15-minute one closed under 2. Underneath this daily level, you know, you want to hold support. You don't want to just suddenly close back underneath levels, like, all right. But that's fine. Normally it's a little bit bearish before it becomes bullish again. But again, it's the same idea. You don't want to lose support. You don't want to start losing support. That's not a good sign, especially since we know that SLERF has been leading. Yeah, and that's not a good sign at all. So potentially you could wait for SLERF to just change its market structure. It's like watching paint dry. All right, let's just ignore it for a bit. There's no point watching paint dry. Let's just have a look at some other things. Let's have a look at TRVL. Oh, why is that invalid symbol? Why is that an invalid symbol? Should be valid. It's weird. Weird, we've lost the symbol. Okay, big deal. Okay, what's happening at TRVL? TRVL is coming back into this. Yesterday I was talking about this daily level, and I was talking about how you lose levels and then the price is just trying to find new levels. Yeah, so that's basically what we're experiencing now, is the price trying to find support. Okay, that's basically what's happening, and we just have to allow it to find support. And right now you can see that the price is bounced. We had this kind of potential reversal candle, and that reversal candle, this is KuCoin. Let me go back to Bybit. This reversal candle has put in a daily level, and so we're kind of into that liquidity zone now. So this is a real test now, to test to see whether this level now is actually looking to hold or not. Okay, so naturally when it happens with the price is you lose support, you're looking for new support. Yeah, sometimes you get, after you lose support, you get big moves. Sometimes you just goes to the next nearest support until it finds support. And so when yesterday I was talking about how this was exciting. It's obviously people aren't excited when they're losing value in their portfolio, but it's exciting because whereas before we were looking at technical levels based on ratios, now we're looking for liquidity. That's what TRVL is doing. It's looking for liquidity. It's looking for the balance to flip between buyers and sellers, where buyers are now more than sellers. Naturally, as you can see, the reason why the price is moving down is because there's more sellers than buyers, and so eventually you get to a place where there's actually more buyers than sellers. It's just an equilibrium. It's like a balance, and these are the levels where the price could find support. There's other levels which are the ones which I mark out. Volume levels are important. Sometimes trend lines can play a role, and then obviously you've got excuse me, fib levels, like fib retracement. They're basically ratios, mathematical ratios based on how the price extends from low to bottom, or from low to top, or from top to low. So we're just trying to find support. That's basically what's happening with TRVL. There's nothing really dramatic to report. Should you sell? No, you should definitely not sell. You should be buying. We should all be buying. I mean, if people do sell, obviously they should if they want to, but I mean, I'm not saying you should or you shouldn't, but what I am saying is that why sell when the risk is to the upside, not to the downside? Yeah, we've already come down so much in terms of where we were like just a couple of months ago. We're from the peak in 2 months of March, we're down now 62%. Yeah, I think if you sell after a decline in 62%, to get back up to that pivot from a current price, the price will go up 161%. So that's definitely within the remit of the price action to buy here, and the price to expand back up to the top 160%. That's a nice payday if you buy here. Yeah, and obviously the strategy is to dollar cost average in. So when I say no, you shouldn't sell, I mean the risk is, we're coming into support levels, we're coming into liquidity levels. How much further do you think it's going to go? No one really knows, but let's just say it goes down to this trend line here, which is also a daily level. That's another 8% down, 14% maybe down to here, maybe 20%. It's possible. If we go down to the point of control, we're looking at 32%. So 30% to the downside, as opposed to potentially 160 or so percent to the upside, just in this overall this bull market range that we've formed. So I think the risk is to the upside. So I'm not kind of enthusiastic about the idea. Like, this is when the price is dipping like this and the price is coming down, like, it's a good opportunity to reaccumulate or to accumulate more and to ride that low until eventually what happens is you have this break and then you have an impulse back to the upside. Okay, then the next question will be, do we make a higher high, or, you know, do we just do this? You know, do we do this? Do we just kind of, then something has to happen, you know, then we have to see what happens. No one knows. And you, in the context of the Bitcoin bull market, you would expect the price to hopefully go up. And then kind of what I was saying in my stream yesterday is that I think on the higher time frame, we are experiencing a little bit of a coiling up in the price. It may not be obvious to many people, but when I'm looking at this kind of daily time frame, I do look, it does to me, it looks like it's a little bit of a spring coiling up, you know. It looks a bit, it's like you're kind of twisting a string or something, and it feels like the price is coiling up, and it's not a very kind of symmetrical pattern. It's very kind of, how do I put it, stringy. Maybe what we're actually experiencing here is a higher time frame rounding bottom. Okay, that's something to consider. And naturally, if we are experiencing some kind of higher time frame rounding bottom, you know, you want the price to find support here somewhere. Yeah, you don't want the price to go all the way down. So that's why I'm saying possibly the risk is to the upside, not to the downside here, because I think that would make sense. You're coming into liquidity levels, you're coming into trend lines. Maybe we're going to put a little bit of a rounding bottom here, where this will actually be a significant low. Does that happen? Do we kind of round up? I don't know. I can't predict that, but I think it makes more sense to buy than to sell right now. Okay, so I don't know, like, it's quite interesting because when I see the price going down, it is because people are selling, you know, it's because people are market selling. It's really interesting. Literally, people are selling the price down. They're pushing the price down. Yeah, because they're trying to get filled, and the only way to get filled in this market right now, because it's a spot market, is to market sell. Okay, until we get into a situation in the future where you get perpetuals and you get traders, it just tells you that people are market selling, which is actually pushing the price down. So since this morning, not this morning, since Sunday, price is down 11%, and that's because of market selling. Oh god, the SLERF is really dumping. Oh shit. Let's go back to SLERF. This is not a good sign. I should have sold instead of bought, David. That was a signer. Oh, that's not what I wanted to see. That's definitely not what I wanted to see. Oof. Yeah. Wow. It's amazing how this one guy has so much power over the markets. It's crazy. He could almost manipulate the market, you know, if he wanted to. Right? All right, so again, we're in a really tricky situation with SLERF. This is becoming problematic because we've put in a lower low and we've had a pretty big sell-off. We've lost the daily level. What the fuck? I mean, the day's not over, but let me think about this. Golden pocket. Don't like that correction. Don't like it. I don't like how we lost that value area low. I don't like any of this at the moment. I mean, it could look bullish, but at the moment it doesn't look bullish at all. It looks pretty miserable, huh? At the moment. I don't like that we lost that daily level, to be honest with you. I don't see why we should have lost it. It was holding the support. Couldn't BTC is holding her, but SLERF isn't, and SLERF usually leads, doesn't it? The problem you'll have with this price action now is that look at that consolidation there, and then you've lost it. So you've created a little bit of trap liquidity in that little mini range there, I think. And so the price needs to get back up quickly. Otherwise you'll get a rejection from the same area. That's the problem. You go up there, you get a rejection. I didn't want us to go this low. It's quite a heavy volume in these last two candles. Let me look at this, these indicators quickly.
Everybody talks about the S&P 500.
Is this him?
Was nominated as Fed chair by President Joe Biden and reappointed for a second 4-year term. Over the years, Mr. Powell has gained a reputation of consensus builder and problem solver. On Klaas Knot then. Mr. Knot has been president of the Dutch Central Bank since 2011.
Who is this streamer? I'm watching a streamer stream
of the European Central Bank.
This is funny,
In addition, since 2021,
oh, no, I'm so not interested in this. No idea. Excuse me. I don't know, David. I'm not really interested. Let me see.
President Knot and Chair Jay Powell. Chair Powell, I'd like to begin with you. Could you give us a brief summary of the US economy and where Fed policy is right now?
Thank you, Claire. I'd be delighted to. Let me say it's great to be here. Thank you for being here. And Klaas, thank you for this great visit I've had here to Amsterdam. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here.
What's he going to say?
The U.S. economy has been performing very well lately. We had growth last year of just over 3%. Quite
Premium
a
is
strong year.
so juiced.
And it's driven by
a
number of things. I would point to a very strong
buying premium
market
right now is
you've got rising employment, you've got rising wages, so disposable income. Consumers are spending. Generally, households are in good shape financially. They're not over-levered. And so we see a good picture. Consumer spending has held up very well. As well, business investment has been strong. Businesses are seeing opportunities to invest, and that has helped. I would also point to a fairly large influx of immigration into the country over the past couple of years, and those people are joining the labor force. We're experiencing still a labor shortage in many industries, and so there are jobs, and they're going to work and they're consuming. So that's also boosting growth. So overall, a good picture looking at the data so far. The labor market is very, very strong. It was, I think, overheated.
How many of you guys think that the labor market is
and
strong?
what we've seen is it coming back in gradually.
Thumbs up or thumbs down on the labor market is strong.
This guy,
if you look at a broad
he's hilarious.
range of data, you could say that the labor market is
Matt
about
Cause,
as tight as it was
Apex
before
trade,
the
prop
pandemic
trading.
in 2019. And that's good. Wages are real wages are now.
People are buying calls on the spot.
And
calls are being
has
purchased
been below 4% for 27 consecutive months, something that hasn't happened in a half century. So, labor market very strong, and again, signs of gradual cooling and rebalancing, so that supply and demand of workers is coming back into balance, just as we would want. Inflation, it's worth starting with the fact that on a 12-month basis, headline inflation got as high as 7.1%, is now down to 2.7%. Core inflation got as high as 5.6% and is now at 2.8%, so it's down by half. That progress, though, really happened over the course of last year, particularly the second half of last year. The first quarter in the United States was notable for its lack of further progress on inflation. We had higher readings in the first quarter, and higher than we expected. We did not expect this to be a smooth road, but these were higher than I think anybody expected. And so what that has told us is that we'll need to be patient and let restrictive policy do its work. If I turn to the outlook just for a second, I would say we expect continued growth, 2% or better. We expect the labor market to continue to be strong, but to move further and further into balance. And I expect that inflation will move back down on a monthly level, on a monthly basis, to levels that were more like the lower readings we were having last year. I would say my confidence in that is not as high as it was, having seen these readings in the first
Making money.
So
One more.
we're just
Go,
going to
go,
have to see
go.
where the
Go, go,
inflation data
go.
fall out.
Go, go, go.
And
Go,
I'll stop
go,
He's making
go.
$60.
Thanks very much. We'll be digging into some of that later in the
fucking
discussion,
go.
but now I'd like to
No.
turn to
Go
President
high.
Knot.
Go.
Could you maybe give us a
Go.
little bit of a sense of how you judge the state of play in the Eurozone and here in the Netherlands?
Pal,
Yeah, I think
pump
the
it.
state of play in the Eurozone is not
Pump
entirely
it, pal.
comparable to that of the
Pump it,
US.
pal.
We just came out of
This is
more than a
hilarious.
full year of economic
No.
stagnation.
Higher.
Now, luckily, the
Higher.
signs of recovery are clearly there. We started
the hell?
off the new year much
This guy's
stronger than we had
hilarious.
expected.
More.
He's
And if you
he's
look
like
at
he's
the,
like he
the
wants
soft
$25.
indicators, that recovery
Come on.
is
$25.
What's
continue into
$25?
the second quarter.
Send
It's
it.
even expected to accelerate in the second half of the year, and this is mainly on the back
Oh,
of
there you go.
ongoing recovery.
Why aren't
in
you
real
happy?
wages,
Go be
ongoing
happy, dude.
recovery in purchasing
Your
power
chart's
and
going up.
strong, consumer
I got stopped
demand.
out.
Now, there are two ways in which you can look at this recovery. Of course, you can say, on the one hand, the economy has proven to be resilient. We went through quite a
We're
number of
almost
shocks. Monetary tightening, unprecedented, and yet we did not really go into a recession. The sacrifice ratio of
We
the
didn't go
disinflation
into a
process that
recession?
we had to go
He's-
through was
he's talking about
virtually
Netherlands,
zero.
you idiot.
Unemployment did not budge. So resilience was
Come on.
there. But on the other hand, the growth was clearly not as abundant as it was in the US, and that is clearly remarkable. Now, I think if you,
There we go.
He made money, yeah.
Locked it in.
behind this growth
All right,
differential.
this
but
guy
if you
can
allow
shut up
me-
for 1 second. Look at this. Look at all this money. 3.5K, 300, 300,
Oh, you did well.
250, 250,
You did well.
225, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 185.
Wall Street, 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 Wall
You did well.
Street. Now my stock
did very
market
well.
got the eyes on me.
All right, enough of that shit. Can't be asked to this guy. But he's quite funny, huh? I could be funny. So yeah, I have no idea. SLERF is showing weakness. Usually that means Bitcoin is weak. Yeah. So just bear that in mind. It's a hard one because what do? Do you keep on longing? No, you can't long into weakness. You short? No, because you can't short there because it's already moved down. So you just have to be patient now. You're looking for longs actually still, but I mean, the price has to find support. That was the right place. So I'm a bit surprised about that. And here in Bitcoin, this is the right place too. Hold on, I need to make a phone call. David's saying have a look at BTCD. I mean, we're at the golden pocket. It's holding the golden pocket. I think it's a hard one because you've lost the daily level. So reclaiming the golden pocket, holding the golden pocket is good, but you really, for a sign of strength now, we have to reclaim the daily level. If we don't really reclaim the daily level, that's not going to be a good sign at all. Okay, so it's just something to bear in mind. I think if anyone's trapped, they'll be looking to sell that level. BTCD. Oh, look at that. It's going up. I kind of wanted to see that, but I really wanted to see that when BTC goes up, not when BTC goes down. Okay, because that's weakness. If BTC is going down, then BTC goes up. And so that kind of gets me thinking to myself, I mean, this is problematic, David, because I don't know. I mean, I think we're holding support. Look. But we're underneath the value area. I don't want to put in another low here. One second. What's the low here? DXY. Let's have a look at DXY. That's good. Look, this is good. This is what you want to see, no? DXY going down into this support zone. Do you think that's why? Because we're into support? Not really, because you came already once. We're back into support. That's not bullish. That's actually quite bearish, and you rejected off that neckline. I think this is quite bearish on DXY. Look at that. BTCD is going up. I'm not sure why BTC is going down. Not sure why. Let me have a look at Twitter and see if I see anything. Just a lot of shitty spam. SLERF leads again, huh? Look at that. SLERF is leading like crazy. Oh, this is a live stream. Let me see if this one's better.
It's just a question of when. I think our estimate of the lags is there. And so you've got to look at that. That may affect your confidence, but we have to wait for it to happen. In terms of the biggest part of it is services inflation, non-housing services, and that's more than half of the index. And, you know, it's less interest sensitive. It's very sensitive to wages and that kind of thing. We had made some progress there. If you look at, particularly if you look at the market-based aspects of it, but that's the one that I think may take the longest. At the same time, it doesn't need to go to 2%. It wasn't at 2% before the pandemic. You need the three of those to come out in some way that they're at 2%, and I'm confident that we will get there.
Excellent. And just to go back into this theme of divergence, I mean, to summarize your answer, it seems that, you know, you think the geopolitical aspect of the Europe being closer to Russia, and also the aspect of the, I guess, not only the scale, but the design of the fiscal response, you know, are the primary drivers of this divergence that we've seen between the US and Europe. Chair Powell, what would your thoughts be on this? Are there other factors that you think are worthy of consideration when trying to understand why the US and Europe seem quite different economic beasts at the moment?
So I agree with all of the factors Klaus laid out. I would add we're probably also benefiting from a sort of strictly accounting GDP standard from new workers coming in to a large extent. I think the issue really is, and this is an issue that you know, that the European economic policymakers are very, very focused on right now, is over the longer run, Europe's productivity growth has been about half of the U.S. And that's, so ultimately, all you've got is hours worked, and that's largely a function of population, hours worked, and then output per hour. That's going to be your economic activity and growth. And so productivity is, you know, really the thing that can enable living standards to rise over time. And, you know, there are a lot of theories on why that might be. I think from an American perspective, I would tend to point to the more flexible labor market, and also a more fully built out set of capital markets, which is parts of which are very focused on funding you know, early stage innovative companies. And so it's not just a bank-centric system. We've got a very highly evolved you know, financial system. That may be another factor.
Yeah. So plenty of other reasons there that are worth mentioning, I think. Turning back to you, President Knott, you gave a pretty clear signal, I think, that we're going to see a move in June. But a lot of the, you know, the questions that people have put to us today have, you know, stressed this point of, usually there's been this sense that the ECB has been following the Fed, and it's raised a bit of a question mark as to what degree can the, you know, the policies of, you know, the two major global central banks, with apologies to the Bank of England, how much divergence can we really see? So, you know, to what extent do you feel constrained by what the US central bank does, and would you perhaps be reluctant to cut in July should the Fed want to, you know, stand pat and leave rates as they are for the foreseeable future?
Look, I think if you talk about monetary policy of big central banks like the Fed and the ECB, that monetary policy always takes place in a global context. I mean, our markets are interwoven to a large extent, etc. At the same time, we both have clear domestic mandates that look on an economy which may be 10, 50% open, but it means at least 85% closed economy. So much of our inflation is actually being triggered still by domestic factors. So what we simply need to do is construct our own inflation outlook for the euro area. And yes, Fed policy is, of course, one factor that has an impact. And if you think about international spillovers, the first things that comes to mind is through the exchange rate. If the Fed were to run a tighter ship than we were going forward, then probably that would lead to some dollar strength and euro depreciation, which of course leads to additional imported inflation. But at the same time, you will also have a spillover effect through global financial conditions. Bond yields internationally are also moving
little bit of a
tandem.
bounce on
If you look at the last
SLERF
few
right
weeks
now.
and months, bond yields in the euro area
I'm just
have
going to
gone
show
up
it to you.
significantly.
I'll leave
without
the
there
stream
being
going.
a true euro area reason for doing
The
it.
background,
It
you'll
was
hear
just
the noise.
spillover from the
Maybe I
US.
should just get rid of
and
it.
that effect is, of course, disinflationary. So if you look at the two effects, it's not so clear which
Could
of
this
the
be
two
the final
will dominate.
shakeout? I don't know.
And it's therefore also not so clear whether
I can get
the
my
developments in
screen
the
back.
US will really have a meaningful impact on the inflation outlook in the euro area. I don't think it
Massive
will
buy up on
change the
SLERF right
direction of
now,
travel,
increasing
in the
volume.
euro area that
David?
So you'd be willing to cut
can't
in
show you
July
it, though.
too?
Don't know
Well,
why.
we've been saying all along that we follow a data-dependent and a meeting-by-meeting approach. And I keep repeating here, it is essential what is happening in the labor market in particular, because services inflation is still the main remaining driver of inflation in the euro area. So we will simply have to follow the data as it comes in, both
get my
on
screen back.
underlying inflation
That's
trends,
the problem with changing
the
screens.
labor market, etc. And that's why there is no commitment beyond June. We will just follow a meeting by meeting and a data-driven approach.
Have a look at that.
And data,
Let
when
me
it
just
comes to
get
the
rid of
labor
that
market,
volume.
it's really about the comprehensive.
Look at that. Little buy up, increase in volume, volume. What does that look like? I think this is going to take some time to play out. Now that I'm like, it's not going to be easy. I look at BTC. So BTC is still holding strong. And finally SLERF is, look at that. So we had this seller, we had this big sell. This is a sell. And now BTC, look at BTC, it's right back into that top part of that range. Is SLERF leading? I don't know now. Like I'm actually now thinking SLERF is lagging right now. Because look at Bitcoin. SLERF is struggling. Look at that. Do you just keep on buying? I don't know. I don't know what you would do. There's no way to, I mean, if you think it's going to go up, it's just hard because you lost that daily level. You kind of want to get that daily level back. You don't buy into weakness. You wait for strength. There's quite a lot of volume in this 15-minute candle. And Bitcoin is looking like Bitcoin isn't looking weak at all. So I'm very surprised to see SLERF is still struggling. I have no idea. I can see a lot of volume. So you have this big volume down and a buy up. It's quite a large amount of volume. 1 million. Look, 1 million there. That's in that candle, just in that 3-minute candle. 1 million. For all intents and purposes, that 5-minute candle is engulfing reversal candle. But, you know, doesn't mean anything. You need continuation. Let's have a look at Bitcoin again. Oh, look at that. Look at Bitcoin. What the hell? Bitcoin is looking strong, huh? But SLERF is not. Could SLERF be actually looking to put in a bottom here? Look at that. Look at that volume as well. That's a good buy up. Look, this is definitely change. There's a definite change here in that SLERF is lagging. Bitcoin is actually leading at the moment. Bitcoin dominance. Look at that. That's pretty strong. Look at that. Buy up. Oh, BTC liquidation bubble, huh? Look, another low here. Basically on SLERF we've cleaned up all of the gap in the volume. That, you see this gap? We've now cleaned that gap almost to the 786. You still have this this really this interesting trend line, which is just from these lower pivots. Could the price come all the way down just to test it one more time? I don't know. Can't tell. Look at Bitcoin now, David. Amazing. Above the VWAP, we've cleared those single prints. We're into the next single prints. Found a little bit of resistance. Bitcoin is actually really strong. So okay, let me have a look. They got a vote, huh? It says 59% are bullish, huh?
Yeah, in 2021 or 2022 did actually arrive in 2023. Now, what sort of benefits from the supply side do you think we could see in 2024 and beyond?
So I think we probably have realized most of the reversal of the pandemic supply side effects, but not all of it. But I think we get more sort of the final parts of the supply chains really getting sorted out. As I mentioned, the surveys of businesses, they still say there are shortages. They still say that they have a hard time hiring people, for that matter. So I do think we're still getting very substantial numbers of people coming to the country and going to work. Let me add, immigration also not a policy that the Fed works on or has opinions on, but I'm just giving you the straight economics of it. People come in, they can get a work permit, they are getting work permits, and they go to work and they're paying taxes and they're creating economic output, and there are millions of them. So it's alleviating the labor shortage that we had in the industries that really had it the worst. So I think all of that, it probably helped at the margin a little bit in cooling the labor market off. It's both supply and demand, but we think at the beginning, in the longer run, it should be neutral on inflation, but in the short run, it might have been positive. So I think that's a factor too.
And just to kind of turn to these like broader demographic trends, there's been a lot of talk in recent years about how they will impact inflation, whether they have some sort of impact on R star, the kind of, the Goldilocks level of interest rates in the longer term, one might say. I mean, how do you think about these kind of longer term demographic trends and other factors and how they're going to influence where you see this kind of magical Goldilocks neutral rate of interest?
Markets pull it back a little bit.
R star, for those of you who aren't, central bankers who read every word of every story Claire writes about us, R star is really a longer run concept. R star is a neutral interest rate that would neither push up on economic activity nor bring it down at some hypothetical future time when we're at full employment, we're at 2% inflation, and there are no shocks hitting the economy. So I think 5-6 years down the road, there's this sort of nirvana out there. Its relevance for current policy making is kind of limited, and I think you need to say that. But really what we're doing in an FOMC meeting is we're looking at the broad effect of the things that we're doing on the economy, and we're asking ourselves, is policy tight enough? Is it too tight? We're looking at what's happening in the economy. We're thinking about lags, and it's not a debate over the level of R star, because that's a longer run concept. Now, and the argument is made that R star will go up, and this is a debate that economists have been having for some years now. But the idea is, between deglobalization and the need to fund the energy transition, and perhaps the need to spend more on military, and the aging of the population, bigger deficits, higher, all of that could push up what is a neutral rate. And I think those are interesting debates to have. But ultimately, we're not sitting around wondering what the longer run neutral rate is when we do policy. When we make policy, we're thinking today, is our policy delivering what the economy needs to move it toward the mandates that Congress has given us: stable prices, maximum employment.
So would you divorce it I think why this has come into focus, if you like, is because, now that, cuts are being considered in some parts of the world, at least there's this sense in which people are thinking, how low will rates go? Would you see that as part of the kind of R star debate, or would you want to divorce the two factors of this current cycle and where R star will end up being?
I think the R star debate runs in the background, but again, it's a longer run concept. You could, if you wanted to think about a shorter run R star, that would be more relevant. But that's not the way we think about it. We think about the effect of the things we're doing on financial conditions more broadly and on the economy. And how is it affecting the economy, and why? And and all of those things lead us to believe at this time that policy is restrictive, and that it looks like it will take longer for us to become confident that inflation is coming down to 2% over time.
And how is this debate occurring around the table in Frankfurt at the ECB about longer run interest rates, or even, where are we going to end up? What's the rock bottom for this cycle?
Yeah, I mean, that's, of course, a difficult question to ask, because there are so many
Who
moving
knows, man? No idea. I can't tell. I have no idea about this shit. No idea.
parts here. In which we had globalization, which was a slowly moving positive supply shock, ever more goods for ever lower prices coming from the rest of the world, which meant that for almost 10 years we continuously had to approach.
I still don't think Bitcoin is looking bad. So
inflation problem.
The only thing that bothers me is that SLERF has been dumping like crazy.
With aging of
This concerns me.
In my view, it's more likely that the shocks hitting our
Don't really know how to interpret that. You lost a major level of support there. We filled in the gap on these candles here, and that is expected. You do expect gaps to be filled. Is that all that it was? Is that all this is? just the filling of gaps, because we've got a lot of gaps to the upside. You want to fill those too, right? Go up and fill those gaps. This is a very deep correction for this kind of V-shape idea. It's a very deep correction. I don't like it. And effectively, the problem now is you're going to get, if the price does go up, you get people to sell into that. So this is going to take a little bit more time to play out now. It's not going to be as easy as it was before. It was a lot easier before. This is your 5-minute time frame. The good thing about going down is it makes it easier to change 5-minute market structure. That's really what we want to see next on SLERF. We need to go up, high, 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 low, high, high. Really, that's all we need to do to turn this around. It's not a big ask, actually. It would require it really would require Bitcoin to find support. You see that? Bitcoin is extremely volatile, and that's having a massively negative impact on this token. Massively. But I'm still bullish on it. I'm mega bullish. I'm just like, I just think it's always harder than it seems, you know. It's always harder. It's never easy. This is just going up and down like a yo-yo, which is just having a massive negative impact on this. Are we going to take the low? Look, it's looking like it. At the moment, we're not finding any support in the price. So I'm just wondering if we do take the lower. I don't really want to see the low taken. I don't want to see it taken.
And I mean, you note about housing and about the, you know, the standard model in the US being the, I think I read the 30-year mortgage is kind of the standard mortgage product. I think here in the Netherlands, you know, flexible rates are quite, you know, more fixed rates.
Yes, absolutely.
So fixed rates are quite common too, but I imagine with shorter
10,
shorter
15,
duration.
an average mortgage, I think, has an average maturity of like 16 years. Of course, that's a little bit endogenous because of the low interest rate period we had for so long that, of course, mortgage holders tended to extend the maturity. So now, lately, it's been coming in a little bit, but still, we have a lot of fixed rate borrowing in the Netherlands, and that has, of course, also mitigated the impact of the monetary tightening, which has been stronger in those areas where there is more variable rate borrowing. But in general, I would say 85% of all financial intermediation in the euro area runs through the banks. So when you look at monetary transmission in the euro area, you have to look at credit. And credit growth has more or less come to a halt. As a consequence, we increased policy rates by 4.5% within 14 months. Credit growth came to a halt. That was a feature of the policy, not a bug. And credit has been flat for quite a while. And now we're also beginning to see the first signs of life again. Now that there is an anticipation that our next interest rate move will be a reduction of rates. You also see the first signs of recovery in credit. So in that sense, I think this is more or less how you would expect monetary transmission to take place in the euro area.
And how much of an issue has that been for you in the US, where we do have this, where capital markets play a far greater role, and where, you know, for reasons that were never quite clear to myself, the turn of the year, the markets were predicting, 6 interest rate cuts by the Fed, and pricing.
This is the moment that we've been waiting for.
And there being quite a big, quite substantial growth in lending and refinancing over the first couple of months of the year. How much more difficult does that really make
So I
your
think
task that the banks aren't as big a vehicle?
Well, so for what it's worth, it's a minority of intervention, but banks are still important, and particularly for small, medium-sized businesses that don't have capital market access. And credit has been tighter for some time now, particularly in the wake of the turmoil we saw earlier last year. But still, credit growth has been modest, and that's another sign of tight financial policy. So that's part of the picture. I think the fact that we have capital markets are so important for many consumer loans of various kinds wind up in the capital markets or securitized and are not held by banks. It's just that it's a very healthy credit machine for people, but they're feeling these higher. Those are short-term interest rates. I think that the ones that are longer-term interest rates are the ones where they're not feeling it, and that's really mortgages, and that's companies that have turned out their debt. I think other forms of consumer debt are short-term, and the surveys show that people think it's not a good time to buy durable goods like cars and washing machines, and the reason is it's a floating rate loan at a very high level.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at the banking system as a whole, we've seen some jitters, I think, on both sides of the Atlantic, but on the whole, it seems both systems are relatively stable despite quite substantial rises in interest rates. Has that surprised you at all? Maybe first to Chair Powell and then to President Knott.
Has it surprised? Not really. Our banks are particularly our large banks are strong, well capitalized, very successful competitively, globally. They're in I think one of the reasons why the recovery broadly around the world from the pandemic has been strong as opposed to the one from the global financial crisis is that the very large financial institutions came through just fine. The U.S. banking system overall is in good shape. Banks are making loans, as I mentioned. Credit conditions are a bit tight, but that's part of our policy. So I wouldn't say I'm surprised. I think we obviously had a period of turmoil early last year, and we acted pretty quickly to stem the turmoil and also to go to work as a supervisor and make sure that banks had good plans on liquidity, had capital, understood the portfolio losses that they have for longer run securities, and are in a position to understand and manage those.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that if you have such an unprecedented rise in interest rates in such a short period of time, that this constitutes a massive shock to the financial system. So when we were sort of in the process of tightening, of course, this was sort of enhanced monitoring, an area for enhanced monitoring. Now, I think we can say so far so good. I entirely agree with Chair Powell that the core of the financial system has held up quite well. And I think this is in part, I think the success of the financial reform agenda that was rolled out after the global financial crisis under the aegis of the Financial Stability Board, which was very much focused about stronger capital, stronger liquidity, stronger risk management at the banks, which were at the core of the financial system, and that has clearly paid off. Now, there have been some idiosyncratic accidents here, the second-tier US banking system, Credit Suisse, but I think there were idiosyncratic factors behind it, and the banks that had arrived into trouble in the US were not even part of the Basel III arrangement and the financial reform agenda. But I would say so far so good. The question marks today are much more in the non-bank financial intermediation space, where we have seen a couple of quasi-near miss accidents, I would say. The Dash for Cash, the LDI, the Archegos, the commodity traders in February 22. So these have all been pockets of vulnerabilities where you saw a combination of excessive liquidity mismatches combined with pockets of hidden leverage that we were unaware of before. And that is now also front and center of the work program of the Financial Stability Board, much more the NBFI space. Of course, we have to learn the lessons from the few banking failures that we did see, and that is continuous maintenance. But I think if you were to ask me, my main focus is more on the NBFI space than on the banking space.
We'll come back to Credit Suisse because I know that's a topic that you've spoken about quite a bit, and a few of our audience have got questions on that. But non-banks, would you share that you know, that sense in which they're the big lurking danger in the financial system right now?
I guess I would say it this way. In the U.S., non-bank participants by non-banks in lending activities, for example, has been growing very, very fast. And it's a fairly new thing. And in many cases, whole markets are being now taken over, or now majority for non-banks. And so our job is to monitor that very carefully, because I'll say a couple of things. One, there hasn't been a downturn yet. You worry about very fast growth in anything. It just kind of raises financial stability questions, and you wonder, is it a bubble? What will happen when will it deflate, and that kind of thing. And so you want to be watching it carefully. I will say though, it's different. You know, some of the we've spent a lot of time looking at it. I just point to a couple of things. One is many of the lending structures are not subject to run in the way that banks have traditionally been. The funding tends to be from limited partners who have their investment locked up for many years, and they can't get it out. So as opposed to the danger with a bank can be that all the depositors want their money at the same time. And that's the traditional problem that we've been trying to solve with bank regulation for hundreds of years. But these are different. They don't have, and runs are responsible, bank runs or things like that are really responsible for an awful lot of the problems that happen in one form or another. So the non-bank financial sector doesn't have that as much. Another thing is the ties between banks and the non-bank financial institutions are substantial and growing. So there's plenty of monitoring for us to do there. It's not obvious to me that at this point that it's a net loss to financial stability, but I would say our jobs are to monitor it very carefully and thoughtfully and understand the implications.
And just to return to the topic of Credit Suisse, we had a question submitted ahead of the event. In your keynote speech at the 7th Annual Conference on European Systemic Risk, you talked about events surrounding Credit Suisse. What can the Foreign Bankers Association, to which we're speaking today, and the Netherlands Bank learn about the collapse of the Swiss lender?
Well, I guess the main thing one can learn about the collapse of Credit Suisse is the huge importance of governance within financial institutions, because it is pretty clear that the events that led to the failure of Credit Suisse were not sort of a classic lack of capital or, let's say, too much credit risk relative to the capital. It was management failures, there was outright fraud, there were misinvestments, there was misbehavior, even at the top of the institution. And if you have a series of governance failures at an institution, it will lead to an erosion of confidence. That erosion of confidence will lead to deposit runs, which, by the way, already took place much earlier than March 23. There was already a significant outflow of deposits also in the fall of 2022. And so we have to remind ourselves, it is not only about capital and liquidity. Governance of financial institutions is of utmost importance.
And are there any questions about AT1s and the treatments of those particular instruments that you think can be drawn in the Dutch context?
Yeah, of course, there was a case where AT1s have been completely written down. So I think it behooves us to look a little bit deeper into this issue, why the AT1s were drawn down, whereas equity was not fully written off. This was, by the way, completely in line with the contractual provisions of the AT1. There was just that not all investors have really read the contractual provisions, so they pretended they were surprised by it. But I think from every case, I think we should try to draw some lessons. But in this case, at least, it allowed the authorities to write down 16 billion Swiss francs, which was helpful to generate the interest of UBS to actually take over.
And now turning back to you, Chair Powell, we've got a very nice question here from Liu Zhan from ICBC, who asked, during the during COVID, the Federal Reserve applied high levels of monetary stimulus to further raise asset prices and support growth. Bloomberg called you Wall Street's head of state, as a reflection of how strong your actions were on asset prices and how profitable your actions were for Wall Street. How does that make you feel, and how do you look back at this with the benefit of hindsight?
It makes no point of contact with the way I remember those days, so whatsoever. So I would just say this: if you put yourself in the place where we were in March of 2020, no one knew how long it would take to have vaccines. No one knew whether millions of people were going to die fairly quickly, or how long the economy would remain closed, or was it even going to be possible to reopen the economy if it had to be closed for a year? What was that going to look like? So I think it was so uncertain that I came to the view, and my colleagues did too, that we really needed to use our tools in ways that we hadn't before, because I would never have been, if things didn't work out, I didn't want to, if we had to go through a really deep, lengthy downturn, I would not want to have to explain why we didn't do that. So we did, and what happened is we announced these very aggressive, vigorous programs to support markets that we had never had to support before, the municipal market, corporate debt, these were red lines that we said we'd never cross. But the thing is, when we made the announcements, the markets healed themselves. So we made very, very few loans. We had something like 6 trillion in lending capacity. So the announcement effects of the things that we did, it really worked this time. So I think, broadly speaking, that the initial response was very successful and involved ultimately very, very little in the way of actual lending, a lot of announcements. Then the story goes on, and you have the reopening and the inflation, and we're still living through that. I think we'll have to judge that from a greater distance.
Anything you'd do differently in retrospect?
There's nothing I would do differently in the initial response. I think we did very well, and I think that the world continues to benefit from the strong response that we took, and we really avoided an awful lot of bad tail risk there that could well have come due. Again, I would say on inflation, when inflation kind of unexpectedly arose in the first quarter of 2021, I think we're going to need to, I've tried to resist reaching, conclusions about that episode until, it looks so different now than it looked a year ago, for example. All the progress we made in 2023, I think we're talking about it in a completely different way now. I think 2-3 years from now, we'll be doing the same. So I don't want to try to learn lessons, in the middle of the story.
Sure. I think that's very fair. And another question here that's just been submitted from Abir, who asks, is Chairman Powell confident about the degree of independence of the Federal Reserve in relation to the executive branch of government? Do you think you have the powers that you need to defend your independence?
Yes, without question, I do. I think when, I talk to elected representatives in both political parties in the House and the Senate, and I think there's
It's interesting. It's I don't know if it's made a low or not.
Both sides of Capitol Hill.
It hasn't actually made a low yet.
I think people do understand that we're just there to do our job on a non-political, non-partisan basis. Nobody's perfect. Everyone makes mistakes, but the Fed is doing the absolute best we can with the tools that we have and the understanding of the economy that we have. I think that is very broadly understood and supported on Capitol Hill. So I'm less worried about that than the sort of things that have been in the press lately might suggest.
Okay. The same question to you. Do you feel as though the ECB's independence is well enough enshrined?
Oh yes, I think the ECB has one of the strongest statutory independencies of maybe all central banks in the world. And I just, let's zoom out just for one moment. I mean, this inflation shock that we had, if you compare it to the previous inflation shock of the same magnitude, which was the 1970s, when we didn't have independent central banks, the main difference why I think now we have a credible prospect of getting the problem under control within, let's say, 3 or 4 years, while in the 1970s, It took 10, 12 years, and the disinflation was so much more painful. The sacrifice ratios were so much higher, high unemployment, etc. The big difference is central bank credibility. During this huge inflation wave, inflation expectations continued to be well anchored. They never drifted away from 2%. This is so different to the 1970s. And why were inflation expectations so much better anchored this time around? Of course, that you can have a debate about it. It's about psychology, etc. But I would posit that the higher degree of central bank independence is clearly an integral part of that story. So this is a very tangible way in which we can show to society the benefits of having independent monetary policy making.
And would there be anything that you'd like to add to that on the case for central bank independence?
I think Klaus said it very well. I mean, I think in the United States, we don't have quite the constitutional, I think, support that you have for it. It's a statutory arrangement. It's an institutional arrangement that has benefited the public. And that's all it is. Congress can change it any time they want. It would take Congress to change it, though. There's nothing the executive can do. Again, I don't think that's likely, but as long as what we're doing is keeping our heads down, working on the things we're supposed to be working on, doing our absolute best, and explaining ourselves as best we can, acknowledging mistakes, and going forward, and that we will have the faith in our independence that we need, and I think we do have that now, and I'm determined that we'll continue to have it.
And I think that's a very suitable note to end this discussion on. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Foreign Bankers Association for putting on this wonderful event, the organisers Richard and Maxine, our Cognito Media, our audience here, and many of you joining online, and of course our panelists. Both of you have been superb. Thank you for joining us.
Let's see what this guy has to say.
The rest of your day.
No idea.
Thank you.
I can't figure
All right, guys,
this
so
stuff out.
that is it for today's meeting here. So, again, let me know what you guys think. So, we do have AMC, GameStop, Rip It Up. We do have the Q, Rip It Up. Before you go anywhere, guys, check out one of our sponsors. Our sponsors help support this channel, completely free channel. Tomorrow, we have CPI data. Inflation data tomorrow is a huge day. The market's actually up from this event. But again, check out our sponsors. A great way to help support the channel. If you want to learn to day trade, do not risk thousands of dollars. You'll almost certainly lose it.
Alright, SLERF just made a lower low. That's not good. This is looking really bearish on SLERF. That's on the that was on the spot. On perps, it hasn't done it yet. It's interesting because on spot you've got more volume for buying. Oh no, look, more volume for buying, more buyers. People are buying on spot. You see that? 5 minutes. In the last hour, there's been a lot of sell volume, but in the last 5 minutes, we're getting a lot of buying on SLERF. The price still goes down. So that's interesting. We haven't made a lower low yet on the perps. We're about to make it in a second. That's unbelievable. Look at that. You can never predict shit. You always have to expect the price to go down. Price can always go down. Always. Can always go up as well. It's quite interesting because Bitcoin is going nowhere. But I mean, the fact that SLERF is going down makes you think that Bitcoin's about to crash, huh? Unless SLERF has a massive crazy recovery now. But Bitcoin is holding like a rock. Where's the Bitcoin dominance? Bitcoin dominance is going up. DXY kind of went down, though. So this is the key. This is the key. The key is to see what happens here. It's all the way back at the low. It's a good place to buy. Hence, you have all these people on spot buying. Look at this. Buy. Look at that. Buy. This is all spot on Radium. The volume is still with the selling, but the buyers is, look, all of these people are buying. Look, 45 buyers. Why is the volume of the selling? Can't tell. There, $8,000 sell. That's a $12,000 buy. Look, that's a big buyer. 50,000 SLERF. Someone's just bought that 2 minutes ago. It is a good place to buy. But I mean, in terms of analysis, this is screwed. There's no two ways about it. There's no analysis to be had here. The SLERF has reacted badly, and you had this kind of bullish recovery that should have held. This is and we don't know how this candle's going to end. That's the other thing. Like, people, it's quite easy to preempt the future the way candles print. No one really knows. Basically, this 4-hour candle has 1 hour to recover itself. We need a really special recovery here to change this candle. Otherwise, it's just going to be a really, look, increasing volume. Look at that. After you had all of that volume coming in, and then it's all left. You know, it's all left. Haven't had any liquidations. Doesn't look like we've had liquidations though. It's hard to tell. We're coming into a really interesting trendline area as well. Look, you've got these two. You've got these two. This one is a new one, so I wouldn't necessarily regard it. I just have to see how this plays out. And you have that daily level. So if we were to take this liquidity, you could get a bounce into the daily level. That might be the final. I mean, no one really knows, but that's down and up. I don't know. No, I have no idea. Look at these things. God, no, honestly, this is very unusual. I actually think Bitcoin looks really strong, so it's really bizarre for me, because You're holding support, you're making higher lows, you're holding that trend line, you're back into the value area low. For me, Bitcoin looks really strong, really strong. And here you've got SLERF dumping like there's no tomorrow. Literally dumping like there's no tomorrow. You know, arguably it's a good place to buy. Arguably. You can't buy into weakness. You have to buy into strength. If you see some strength return, that's something else. And I think what we want to see now is a market structure change, you know, or some kind of increase in volume into this low here. And if you calculate the volume, the drop from the high, it's all there. I mean, the volume is all the way up there. So a lot of people are underwater now, potentially. VWAP is all the way up there. Couldn't get above the VWAP. Be nice to swing failure, huh? Then you can take a long into the daily level. That would be a nice. I'd like to see that. You could long that. Maybe that's what we're waiting for. A little liquidity grab. But this whole red candles, these should fill very quickly once this price action bottoms here, if it bottoms. And I think right now it looks like Bitcoin is leading. I still like that the Bitcoin has put in has moved the value area lower. I do like that. Or a little bit of a selling on TRVL. So I think a lot of the altcoins are reacting badly to that Fed thing. Yeah, it looks like a lot of altcoins are reacting really badly. And there's still no strength returning to the markets. Can't see any strength. Let me see if there's any divergence at all. We're underneath the VWAP. Let me refresh this to see if that's, yeah, a lot of altcoins bled into Bitcoin with that. Got to bear that in mind next time. We have to see what happens next time. I can't see divergences here. There was a bullish divergence here with that liquidation, but I can't see divergences here. I still see people longing. Yeah. I still see longs in this. This was shorting. So they haven't actually closed. Yeah, the shorts haven't really closed in this local range that's formed since this morning. Look. This is all shorting. In this overall range, there was a bullish divergence, but it was invalidated because we put in this lower low, have we? Up to here, Up to here it was invalidated, but this wasn't invalidated. This never made a lower low. This is a higher low. So we are still seeing bullish divergences in this, from this pivot to this pivot. That was absorption. Back above the weekly point of control. Underneath the VWAP. Literally all the altcoins are bleeding as SLERF is kind of trying to recover a little bit. Interesting. I can see now on Radium, I can see the sell volume, the buy volume is more than the sell volume now. But the makers, there's more, look, there's selling now, look, selling. So before it was just all buying, now it's all selling. It looks like on Radium people just follow the crowd. So once they see this flip, so now they're going to start selling, look. Can't really tell actually. Look, on the last hour, you've got more buys, but the volume is still with the sellers. Look, last hour. I wonder if there's a way to, like, I'd have to study this and see if there's a way to follow the trend on the behavior of people buying and selling, because you know people, they move in like crowds. And you see here on spot, you've put in a lower low here. Maybe that's why. You haven't actually put in a lower low here on the perps. And so actually, I think perps are more important. So I do wonder if we do go down just to clear that low up and tap this daily level. Here. An SFP of that low into the daily level. That would be a good long. And what would really destroy everyone is if you have this 4-hour candle print and then the next 4 hours just a big massive green candle. That would really hurt people. You know, because people are like closing their positions. I'll have a look at BTCD. Can't tell of BTCD right now. And that's the futures. Yeah, BTCD looks a little bit buoyant, but I really think to get to my higher time frame area of resistance, we really need Bitcoin to go up. Yeah. Or Bitcoin has to go up or down. And we're in a really decisive point now when it comes to Bitcoin. I mean, I think it should go up because I think correction is over. I really think it should go up. I think this is it. Then you'll get a massive impulse on Bitcoin. And that will cause BTCD to go up. And then the alts will follow. And that's what we're looking for, kind of like a break to the upside. SLERF is holding. If it changed 5 minute, look for the higher low. I agree with you, David. But look how difficult it is to change the structure now. You still have to get above that high. That's not easy at all. Not at all. Not easy. I'd like to see it though. David says he's trying to change the 1 minute structure. You look at the 1 minute. You're hilarious. All right, David, I'm gonna be back in about 10 minutes. All right. It's good to take a little 10-minute break. Be back in about 10 minutes. I'll leave it streaming. No worries. I'm back and had a little bit of salad. Look at that. Is that a low? I can't see. Let me check. No, it's not a low, David. No. That's not a low. Okay, so that's not a low. It's a shame. It would have been good to be a low. So we still low, high, low. That's the high to beat. This is 1 minute market structure change. We're like literally down to the last minute. What's BTC doing? Okay, SLERF is actually looking quite resilient now, surprisingly. We had such a drop. And now SLERF is finally looking a little bit more buoyant. In the last hour, the buy volume has balanced out on Radium, almost. And there's like a lot of interest. Look, but had a little bit of lag there. I don't really think there's any hope right now. If anyone's looking at SLERF and going, is this looking good? No, it's not. So it's we're basically when you lose the last line of defense, which is this 886, that's not good. It's really not good. Oh, David Ape just posted. He says hold 61200 and you can expect a short squeeze at 63. Don't know what that means. 61200. That's the new ape level, which is basically the lower range value area low. I mean, he's basically, his levels are basically my levels. He's just called them something else. I don't know, he just posted it now. It's basically my level, yeah. I'm still bullish, but I'm just like, I'm just waiting to see what happens. Look, SLERF is down 12%. So, I mean, I think people are tuning in and they're wondering what's going on. Basically, we're looking at Bitcoin, and this is a pretty big day for Bitcoin because I've been expecting some kind of end of correction basically today. I'm basing my analysis on fib time, on this corrective move that we have been experiencing for the last many weeks since we put in the high, the all-time high, the current all-time high. And just to show you what I'm talking about, unless you see anything different, let me bring it up and we'll have a look. This is the corrective move. Okay, so from the pivot, we've had an ABC down to the A, ABC up to the B, ABC down to the C, ABC up to the A, ABC down to the B, ABC up to the C, ABC down to the A, ABC up to the B, ABC down to the C. Okay, so this should be the C. So I've been looking for this to end like now, like today, and I've got my if you've got your ABCs here, you've got this WXY on fib time. It kind of ends now. See that? That's your 1-to-1 on this move, and on the fib extension, it's coming into the 618. So effectively, this whole move, this corrective move, is coming on a 1-to-1 on fib time, and it's coming to the 618 on the extension on this fib trend-based fib. I honestly think this should be it. This should be the end of the correction, and now I'm expecting an up move. Okay, so it's quite hard because we're right at the end and the price is dropping. Yeah, and so I'm not quite sure what that means, but I'm still going to remain still going to remain bullish on this. Yeah, because my idea is not invalidated yet, and I'm just going to be patient. I've been waiting for this for a while. And you try to preempt and front run this idea, but the reality is there's no front running this idea. This idea has to play out. I'm not really foreseeing a dump, honestly. It's a zigzag and then a dump. These corrections have played out very timely, so I'm not really expecting a dump. Could we be a little bit early? Potentially. Maybe we need to wait for this candle to close and then this candle to close. If this one now closes as a doji, the next one could be a nice green candle, potentially. This is actually a nice reversal candle, increasing volume. This is a really nice reversal candle forming, about to close right now. Yeah, could it go down? Of course. Of course it could go down. But it is the kind of candle that you want to see. SLERF is about to close. SLERF is just closed. Unbelievably bearish close. Unbelievably bearish. That being said, we've got a nice 1 hour doji here. What does that mean? Doesn't have to mean anything. Could it reverse? Yes. I mean, if you're looking for a reversal, you're looking for something like this. But obviously the next hour is going to play a really important role in how this plays out. Okay, and usually we're looking for SLERF to preempt Bitcoin, and here, you know, we still have, you know, this is a 4-hour doji on Bitcoin, really strong volume. I actually think this is bullish, yeah, but we now need to wait for the next 4 hours to end to see how this pattern plays out. You really want a green candle now, and it needs to close up there. Basically, we need a green candle. It needs to close as high as possible, basically up there, but higher, really, as high as possible, and that will start to look like a reversal pattern if that's how this is going to play out. Okay, now it's just selling off. If you look at SLERF, is it selling off? Not really. And this is going to be our indicator for the reversal. So the minute we see a market structure change, right now we're not going to see it just yet, because you kind of want a 5-minute market structure change. So you kind of need the price to get up there. If we go down and put in a low and then come and put in a high there, then potentially you could see market structure change just like that. Put in a low, put in a high, higher low, higher high, and then you'll basically, once that happens, you'll see a little bit of a push up. That's kind of what we're looking for right now. It's off. I don't know, David. Double bottom wicks. Is that bullish? If it closes up there, it would be. If it closes up there, it'd be extremely bullish. It'd be like this. David's saying it can be because it went all the way down but didn't take the low. I think, you know, like when I'm looking at this whole structure, this was the liquidation event. This whole thing was a liquidation event. That was the bounce with which created a big volume gap, at least till there. From wherever we've gone all the way up and we've come down and we've filled the gap effectively. So unless we're looking for another liquidation, which would be to go all the way down to the value area low, maybe lower, then you would expect the price to now look to reverse, and then you'd be looking to fill the gaps to the upside. It's kind of what I'm still in that page. I'm not sure though, because look, I'm not sure I expected this. I kind of think that I wanted that SFP to hold. Massive volume in this last 4-hour candle. Look at that. Let's have a look at this and see what's happening on this radian. Look, 15 buys in the last 5 minutes. 1 sell. 18,000K buy volume, $22 sell volume. See that? That's in the last 5 minutes. The last hour, we've had 410K buy volume, 9.5K sell volume. You see that? So on Radium, I'm getting, this is, for me, this is quite bullish to see a little bit of a reversal here in terms of the volume. Yeah, people are buying. They're not selling right now, they're buying. And it makes me wonder whether this is the low. potentially what we want to do now is get back above that trend line and see if we can hold for a higher low here. Huh? That would be a higher low. Tweezer bottoms. I think. Absolutely no idea what's going on. On the bright side, if it goes up, it's going to go up really rapidly. So that's the only thing that makes me confident about the price action. That we had a really strong down move. So it will spring up if we do go up. ApeBot just longed with, so he's obviously bullish. Ape. That guy continues to surprise. He just longs like there's no tomorrow. Excuse me. I really want a long SLERF. I just want to long it. I should just add. Just risk it. Really want to do it. 41 buys. Look, the buy volume is up. Okay, I'm gonna risk it. Well, I mean, if it takes the current low, I'll have to, it might swing failure, no? That's the other thing. because I'm seeing these buys. Look, $2,000, 2,000. These are buys, huh? So I'm seeing volume on the spot. That kind of makes me a little bit more bullish. Let me have a look at HTX and see if there's any. See what that's looking like. Can't really tell with HTX, to be honest with you. Have a look at this. I haven't looked at HTX for a while. The problem with HTX is the candles are all wrong because the timings are all wrong. I don't know if it's possible to get an edge from HTX. See, on HTX the value area low is much lower. HTX didn't make a low either. It was an equal low, look. So what we want to see now on this 1 hour, we want to see a close above the previous hour close high. That's really what we want to see. That would help to see a change. Now HTX's volume is still in the highs there, no change. Look at this. Bit of buy up. So TRVL is getting a nice reaction from the lows. It's taken the lows of that previous day candle. See that? And it's coming back up to the daily level right now. Honestly, I feel like this is actually a good reaction. That's kind of the reaction you want to see right now. You take the low and then you have a reaction to a buy up. So let's see how this closes. If this daily candle closes above the current daily level, then I think that will be quite a strong close, because you've gone all the way down to the low, you've come right back above the level of support. So I think this could actually be quite good. What we're seeing right now on TRVL, it's possible. See that? See the buying? I should probably be buying TRVL, not SLERF. Thing about SLERF is I'm trying to leverage as well. That's the thing. That's the difference. Because I'm trying to catch the low on SLERF. I think we're near. What does that look like to you? Is that bullish or bearish? Can't tell. BTC is looking quite good. It's holding, isn't it? It's holding that level. Yeah, this is going to take some time to play out. I think we're not going to get there very quickly. Just have to see how the day ends. I think all eyes are going to be up. For me, it's going to be on SLERF. What happens now? Oh, look at this, David. First sign of life, little push. Is that something? Probably not. The buying on radium continues. A few more sells here, but it's actually quite an interesting indicator here. Look, it's not crazy volume, but it does give you an idea of the direction of flow traffic. See, in the last 24 hours, we actually had more sell volume, more sellers. Last 6 hours, more sellers. Last 1 hour, we're actually having more buyers. It's interesting. I've been keeping an eye on this actually. Doesn't necessarily help. You see how the price is going down, whereas on the perps the price is going up. Yeah, I think it's a hard one, Black Child, because I didn't expect that. Yeah, and this is what I always say, like, you have something in mind, but you should always be prepared for the nuclear option. I wasn't thinking this at all. And what's happened is the altcoins have reacted really badly to the Fed chair speak. Because when I was looking at TRVL, look, look at this sell-off, another sell-off. Look at that sell-off and a recovery, sell-off, recovery. It hasn't gone down much, 2%. You know, it's not much. Whereas obviously SLERF has overreacted, 12%. That's a big drop. So there's been a reaction, but you see that gives me an indication because that's recovering. Let me have a look at some other coins. Well, Ava's got no volume. That hasn't recovered. Solana, let's have a look at Solana. No recovery. Actually, looking at Solana, we are into the golden pocket. No. Don't see any recovery there. This one sold off. Look at that. Similar. Sell, sell, sell. See, the altcoins have all sold. When I'm looking at them, they've all sold off. Let me go to whiff. That's whiff. Render. Literally the whole market's sold off. Look at that. Everything's sold off. Near is a strong one. Myra the dog. Got a trade plan for this actually. Look. I actually have a trade plan. That does tell me that there's a lot of tokens are at the look, even FLR flare. Look, I had it going down, and look, it's come down. It's come down in a very unusual way, but I had it coming down. It actually went up first before it's come down. It's coming into my area of interest. A lot of these tokens are coming into my areas, but they've all sold. You see, look, even Fetch has sold off. It's coming now. Fetch is actually coming into a support level now. That's a daily level there. So that's technically that support. This token's coming into my area of my buy zone. This one, EGC, Agorist Credit. See that? I had it going up first, but it doesn't really matter. It's come down. So it's kind of into my, this is into my buy zone now. It's had a reaction, but there's a lot of tokens coming into my buy zones right now. Let's have a look at Acro. I think Jasmine. Jasmine's stronger. Look at Jasmine. It's holding out. FTM. Sell off. What's this one? Rubbish. This one's going to head down to there. Objective. Even Injective is selling. No, it's lost that level and it's underneath it. What are we gonna do? Come on. So actually, I'm thinking, you'd be surprised, but I'm thinking if we close within this wick, then the next one is going to be a green buy up. That's what I'm thinking right now, because I've seen these closes before where you close into a wick, kind of like this here. You see, you've got this this candle here. You close into it like that, then the next one, and then the next one. Yeah, so I think as long as you don't close like low, then this potentially could reverse. That's what I'm thinking right now. It looks depressing, but I don't know if it is. I don't actually think it's that bad right now. It's not that bad. As long as we hold this level and we don't go further down, then actually this might be quite good, especially if we hold a higher low. I think if you make a lower low, that could potentially change things. And if you do make a lower low, you almost have to do it on the new candle, on the swing failure of the new candle, not on today's candle. This is actually quite good. Look, this is quite good. I think I bought some. I bought some more. No hesitation. Well, actually, I was hesitating. That's true. This would be a big surprise, though, if we can rally all the way up to there. That would be a massive surprise. But the first thing we'll be looking for is market structure change. That's really the most important thing when it comes to identifying a change of trend is market structure. And so right now, I mean, on the 5-minute time frame, you have to make a higher high, which is at the moment that high. But David so rightly said, you know, look on the 3-minute time frame. Oh, it's still that high. I don't know why David said it was. No, maybe not. Lower low, lower high. Maybe it's here. Maybe on the 3 minutes here. Low low, lower high, lower low. So every time frame has its kind of market structure. And so, like, yeah, on the 1 minute, this is the high, lower high. So on the 1 minute time frame, when you're looking at it, so you see you're making lower highs, lower lows. What you want to do now is take out that high, bam, higher low, go up. Then you will end up with higher lows and higher highs. That's how it begins. Yeah, that's how the change begins. So right now we're not there yet. We're back above this trend line, which is actually quite good to see because it's obvious that it was almost holding as resistance on the local time frame. And so this is kind of the first signs of change that we want to see. But ultimately, I think the 5-minute market structure change is going to be crucial. And we're going to have to get up there somehow. A little kind of squeeze to go up. I don't know if you should like be concerned so much about MEXC because clearly Bybit has all the volume. Yeah. Not that one. Markets, let's go and have a look. Radium has a lot of liquidity, that's for sure. But the volume is HTX 19 million. And then the perps Bybit futures 17 million. So actually HTX is slightly ahead in terms of volume. And HTX didn't make a lower low. So I don't know if I would be too concerned about MEX. Look, the volume on MEX is only 430,000. It's really not significant enough to be concerned about. And look, the liquidity is pretty poor. At the moment, Radium has the highest liquidity, actually, looking at it. You can't see the liquidity on... Bing has quite high liquidity as well, look, Bing X. So... Look at the volume here. Actually, look, there's a lot of volumes being put down here. Soon, this volume profile is going to change. That's going to be something interesting. Look, I'm not sure when, but soon. Let's just do it to this high here. Look for the volume that's coming in now. Let's take the whole profile. $27 to $28. I think so, yeah. I don't see why you wouldn't, people who are trapped wouldn't just sell into that. I don't see why that wouldn't happen. Yeah. And it'd be a little bit of a squeeze, but kind of you have this kind of steeper trend line too. Plus you have the back test of this daily level. Yeah. So, you know, for all intents and purposes, you might not short, but you're not going to necessarily not close your position if you're trapped. And look here, the 50% mark is best case scenario, which is also a back test. It will look bullish, but actually you're probably looking to close your positions and reevaluate. And so potentially there is a short there to be had there as well. And if it can happen today, the better. It'll be better. It'll be better for it to happen today. It'll be an easier trade if it happens today than tomorrow. Because in the context of today's candle, you totally would sell that, you know, and just aim for the lows again. Tomorrow's candle will be a bit different because the sentiment will change tomorrow. Because you're starting off from a red daily candle. So people might be looking to buy the bottom of a red daily candle and looking to buy it up to make it a green daily candle. Whereas today you're looking at a red daily candle, the price comes up all the way up, so it looks like a hammer or some sort of hammer with a wick. You'd sell into that. Yeah, especially if you come up into the daily level now. I'd like to see a little squeeze. We're getting a little bit of a push up right now. A little bit of a relief rally. I'm trapped. I'm gonna get out. I'm a little bit trapped. You know, I didn't expect that, and so naturally, what I'll do is I'll reevaluate my position once I get out. It's fine. I could hold it. I'm still bullish, but I wouldn't mind letting this play out. I don't like buying into weakness. I like to buy into strength. This is going to take some time. All right, let's have a look at Bitcoin. If Bitcoin is not going anywhere, and the fact that SLERF is feeling a little bit buoyant now, that kind of gives you the hint that maybe Bitcoin is about to go up. That would be the wayer. So on the 5-minute time frame, that's the higher high. That's kind of where you want to sell, to be honest with you, once it makes a higher high. Rather than buy that, you sell that, don't you? I don't think it's going to get there. Honestly, I can't see it. The momentum is really strong to the downside now. Look at that. Not that. Getting back above there would be difficult. It would have been so much easier to put in a lower low now. But anyway, let's see how this plays out. This is giving, and what actually is going to happen is you're going to get a lot of shorts close out right now. People, look at that volume. This is all like shorting volume. You trap those, you could get a little squeeze to the upside. So let's see if the people buying can trap those shorts. We're still seeing buy volume in the last on Radium. See that? That gives you confidence a little bit. Look, more buyers, more volume. So, and I guess on Radium they're market buying as well, aren't they? Because it's a DEX. So you know, I don't think there's orders. They're just buy. Look at the volume. The orders are coming in. It's people buying. That's a big one. Look, not really. Look, it's non-stop buying. This guy's going crazy. Look, he's a whaler. Let's check him out. He's got 66k and he's got 7.2k of SLERF. It's not that much. But he's buying a lot, huh? He's buying like there's no tomorrow. This guy, this NJW L5R. Buy. That's the higher on the, no it isn't. Yeah it is. That's the higher on the 1 minute time frame, David. You were thinking about that higher high. So you've put in a higher high here. As long as you don't take out the low and take out the high, then you could be trending up on the 1 minute time frame. You have to see how that plays out. All right. $37 minutes ago, analyst pinpoints 61,500 as critical Bitcoin price level to monitor. I thought it was 61,200, but anyway. Amidst the recent decline in Bitcoin's price and general cryptocurrency market, popular cryptocurrency analyst and enthusiast Titan of Crypto has highlighted the 61,500 price level is a crucial threshold to watch for the largest cryptocurrency. Titan of Crypto analysis examines the aforementioned level as a pivotal point for Bitcoin that could determine the coin's next price trajectory. I can't really tell. Why don't they link us to his Twitter so we can see for ourselves? What's his name? The Titan of Crypto. Let's have a look at this guy. The SLERF pulling back. Yes. Look at that. SLERF. Is that SLERF? That's not SLERF. No, SLERF isn't pulling back. SLERF is actually quite buoyant. So that's telling you something about Bitcoin, no? Potentially. Let's have a look. What's that? Villa Alexandria just launched a new booking site and added a number of high-end stays in Cannes, France to the Dtravel network. Amazing. Oh, that's pricier. £1,891 per night. That's really expensive. It's not cheap. Rooftop apartment, £387. This is nice. 7 guests, rooftop apartment. Oh, that's lush. That's lovely. Look at that. don't like the outdoor tiles. Oh, that's nice. Look at that. Nice bathroom. This is nice. It's all nice. Huh? Look at that living room, balcony. I don't understand this bedroom here, is it? Dividing the... Oh, it's the bedroom. It's the bedroom. This is really nice. Look at that little terrace. I'd stay there. Right. Let's have a look at this. Here's a simple strategy that tells you when to buy BTC with complete peace of mind. A strategy that worked 100% through time. Right, bull market trick. I don't know what that line is though. Retweet to find out what this line is. Doesn't help. 100 MA. The monthly 100 MA. The falling wedge is still playing out, but the target has slightly changed due to a longer retest. 72.7k instead of the initial 74k. What does that mean? Oh, I see. Falling wedge. Huh? He's saying it's a falling wedge. And he's saying we've broken the top and we've just trying to find support. Retest. I don't know why the target changed. In any case, remember it's wiser to wait for BTC daily candle close and confirmation with the following one before jumping to conclusions. What's this idea? Deviation. Let's see, I can't really zoom in on this image. Let me zoom in here. Where is it going? He's saying 110k. Oh, he's got a fractal for that. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Not sure. I have to look at the fibs. According to this, BTC tops 8 months after this signal. That's what he's saying. I don't know where they got that level that he's talking about, the 61,500. I can't see him write it. He tweets a lot. I didn't see him write that. Right. He deserves a follow though. He's not, obviously he's got some ideas. It's good to see what other people have to say. SLERF is doing something. Can't tell really. Right, so this is interesting. So Bitcoin is pulling back. SLERF is kind of holding out. So I wonder if this is telling us something. BTC is pulling back now. BTCD. And DXY is still relatively weak. 4-hour close into the golden pocket. Having a little pullback now. Pax Gold, nothing really. USDTD. Had a pretty strong day candle today, but if it closes there, it'll probably sell off tomorrow. So I think all eyes are going to be on the close, actually. Just this guy writes, the first pension fund has bought an allocation into Bitcoin. It's a big news accomplishment for the space, and it frames what we're still early. GameStop's back into the news. This is interesting. All-time highs are coming. GameStop, GME, and AMC Entertainment short sellers have lost over $5 billion in the last 2 weeks. How amazing is that? That's so funny. Go and have a look at GameStop, huh? It's more interesting. GME and AMC. Let's have a look. Do some GameStop and analysis. I'll just move this up to stocks. On crypto. There you go. Oh shit, look at that. Wow. Look at that, David. Right into the value area high, and then bam. You can't make that up. Up 300%. Maybe the short sellers closed their shorts, no? All the way down to the bottom of this wick, filled the wick, and then just right back up. Into the golden pocket, I bet. There you go, golden pocket. Exactly as you would expect. Probably the same thing on this, huh? Let's have a look at this one. This one's looking a lot more bearish, actually. Oh, look at the same, exactly the same, but it came into the value area low. So while AMC comes into the value area low, GameStop comes into the value area high. And then you have this buy up. That basically is still bearish to me. We have an SR flip here. Monthly level reacted right there. This one reacted off There was like a few monthly levels here. One, probably that one, which was untapped. Almost, it was tapped. What's interesting though is that the price has come back to the same price as December 2021. So if anyone was trapped, now is their chance to exit. Anyone bought in at the highs. That being said, the volume is mostly in the lows here, so you still have trapped liquidity. Oh, and it's gapped up as well. Look at those gaps. So you could buy those gaps, huh? Buy. And scalp those gaps. Right. We like to SLERF. No, much more interesting. SLERF is showing some strength. SLERF is showing some real strength. This is amazing. I'm pretty excited about that because we're back up above that 1 hour high. We hold for a close there. That could be a nice reversal, beginning of a reversal pattern here. It doesn't necessarily have to go up, but it could kind of, you know, we could start seeing something here form. But you kind of need to close above that previous hour to continue this idea. Wow. If anyone's here and they want me to have a look at some charts, just paste it because I'm not really doing anything. I'm just I'm just watching SLERF on the 5-minute time frame. I'm literally watching paint dry. Literally watching paint dry. The master. Hi, I'm new here. Can you look at the ZEEF chart? The ZEEF chart? Certainly. And welcome. I've looked at it before. I look Ziffer. Let me see if I've got any analysis. I looked at this in February. So we're in March, April, May now. Yeah. You can tell where I looked at it because I drew the So basically what happened was that it needed to continue and it didn't. You see that? So the idea that I had was totally invalidated. That's your risk. That's your invalidation. And effectively what you wanted to do from here is to go up, flip that level into support for continuation. You see that? And what happened was the opposite, you know, and that's how it works with trading. Can either go up or down. Generally in the highs you look to short, but you know, in a bull run, why not? Why not continue? Why always, you know, your bias is for continuation. Doesn't mean that that was a bad idea, but that's why you have an invalidation, because you invalidated, you're out. Yeah. And as you can see, the invalidation was pretty darn good. and you, most people would have made money on that trade anyway, because traders like to take their profit. So if it moves enough, they take their profit, so their trade becomes a risk-free trade. When it comes to higher time frame hodlers or long-term investors, generally speaking, they wouldn't buy there anyway. You know, this is just for trading. Yeah, generally speaking, if you're a long-term hodler, you'll just be looking to accumulate at key areas. I think that's all I had really. It's I'll update this graph. See if there's any changes. Let me just update it now, like it is, so I can see if there's any changes. Value area high. Value area lows all the way down there. Point of control. And now let me just update the volume. This is on the daily time frame. Let me just put it to the 4-hour time frame so I can get the last, up to the last candle in, because the last candle is never included in this volume range pool. You can see the value high is there. No real changes in terms of the volume. We do have a little bit of a high volume node up there, so I'm just going to mark that off, because it could prove to be resistance as we go back up. Right, I'll put that into my volume levels. Perfect, got all of that. Get rid of that. Right, the fib pool is still relevant, and I just want to see if the price is behaving correctly. Yes, you see this 236, it held as support there, resistance there. It tried to get through here on some kind of many times and couldn't, and you ended up with some sort of rounding top, which led to a breakdown. Okay, that's what happened here, and effectively there was many attempts to get past that level and it couldn't get past that level, and now we had a breakdown. Okay, this whole move is very impulsive, this one all the way from October, and just looking at it now, potentially you had 5 waves there potentially, and this is the ABC correction. That's what I'm kind of seeing right now. And it's always good to get new information because you get it helps. Getting more data helps. So how do you draw out these Elliott waves? Potentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C, 1, 2. Yeah, so that's what happened. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C. This is an extended flat, A, B, C. Yeah. Then you have another 1, 2, whatever this is. It's like a crazy 3. Another extended flat. That's what it looks like at the moment. I could be wrong. I could totally be wrong. This is all quite hard to do. Maybe I'm wrong. It's actually weird because I'm just thinking maybe that whole thing should be your one wave, not multiple waves. Or maybe you need 5 waves in there. Maybe this 3 is to that. Maybe C and it's 5. I don't know. I can't tell. All right, let's just get rid of that. It's just speculation anyway. This the 382 is obviously resisting here. And then here you can see it found a little bit of support, resistance, resistance. So that 382 is reacting. And we have a little bit of reaction around in and around the 50% mark. We're down into the golden pocket now, here. And you've seen there's a little bit of reaction. For all intents and purposes, the golden pocket is the best place, one of the best places to buy. Because it gives you the best risk to reward. It doesn't give you the best, but it gives you the most it gives you a good risk to reward. It's obviously 786 and 886 are better, but the golden pocket, the price can come to it, whereas the 786 it might not. It depends on how bullish it is. The other thing I'm seeing is a little bit of this kind of like this kind of idea. It's like it's an ABCD idea. Where is it again? Down. Something like that. It's quite nicely balanced. This could be the end, though. This could be the end. Although according to this, we may have to go down a little bit more, because let me try and do this correctly. So I can get it most accurate. Can't get it exactly on point. Stay. According to this, the 1-to-1 ends here at 5.8. Yeah. So then there may still be more down on this. Just FYI, it may actually go all the way down to the bottom of the golden pocket, just to complete a 1-to-1 on this pattern that's forming. Yeah, so it's in a good place, but it may need to go down just a little bit more just to complete this correctly. and that will be perfect because that will come into an SR, some sort of SR flip on this pivot here. See that pivot? Might be an SR flip on that pivot there, which is also the 1-to-1 of this higher time frame correction. So I'm just thinking maybe a little bit more just to get there. That would be nice to see. I can't see any volume confluence. So when you're thinking about good places to buy, while you might see a reaction there, maybe that will be a wave, this whole correction complete. The reality is it'll be a lot better to buy here. The point of control is definitely going to be the best place to buy. That also corresponds to the 786 and this 1272 extension of this kind of harmonic idea, effectively coming down like that. That'll be extended, but that would definitely be a better place of support, and no one can know if it's going to go down there or if basically the price is going to kind of find support here somewhere and start heading up. Okay, this is the best place to buy. You're down here at about $4.1 is the best place to buy in this overall range, because that's the point of control. That's where the most volume is, and so you're going to be expecting some kind of reaction when the price gets down there. Potentially there's 5 waves in that one. That's like a 1 wave potentially that's wave 1. This could be your wave 2 correction, very deep. It's like a zigzag, and maybe you're going to have, you know, another move up, and then another move, and then another move. You know, it's possible. I'm not counting that, but I'm just imagining it is, because it's quite impulsive, and so it does make sense for that to be the first wave, even though it doesn't look like it. I am seeing potentially there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. I'm not counting it because it's just not too easy to count. I tried and I failed. And then this could be your higher time frame WXY correction. But ideally, like, I mean, now is a good place for the price to find support because you're in the golden pocket. But maybe down here would be better to complete the 1-to-1. I think you'd probably be looking for a reaction at 5.8. That might be it. You know, if you go down, back up, that might be it. But down here would be amazing. That would be an amazing buy. You get that? So it's always a good strategy to scale in, because this might be an SR flip. You see that? There's a bit of a flip there. So, and also, do you see when this token launched? I'm assuming that was the high of the launch. I don't know. Can't without going back again. So maybe that will flip. This whole area will flip as from resistance into support. And so therefore you'll miss this area. So you may want to think about potentially somewhere here. If we end up here, some kind of fib extension from the low here to the high there, to this point here, like a 1-to-1 could put this at $162. 162. That was quite a deep correction, this zigzag. You may end up with a flat correction next for higher prices. And realistically speaking, you really want to pump into price discovery. The only thing that kind of makes me think something else is this extension from here to here was quite highly extended. From low to high, you went up 2,651%. It's quite a lot. So I don't know if this 3 is going to be as big as up there. Okay. Usually one of the impulses is the most expansive. This would be more expansive, a 1-to-1 or just as. And you do have liquidity that's trapped in this down move. That will have to be untrapped. So, you know, if you do end up with this, with just that, one, two, three, just to take the all-time high. And maybe a flat correction here somewhere. Or maybe just above it. And a flat correction back into the all-time high. No one really knows. Like, I have no idea. I'm just making this up, to be honest with you. I'm just kind of imagining something. Maybe up to there. Back down to here, like a flat correction, but just to back test the all-time high. For the final push will be a kind of a much smaller five wave, something like that. So you end up with one big one, deep 2, smaller 3, flat 4 for a final push 5 into price discovery. It'll still be quite good. You know, if you come back to the all-time high, get up to there, you're still looking at a 300% increase in value, you know. And that's just the reality of it. For a lot of people coming late in a crypto bull market, for them 2x, 3x is a lot. For the average retail Joe, 2x, 3x is a lot. For you and me, we're looking for higher gains. You know, we're looking for big gains. We're looking for multiple x's. So, and then it'll be interesting to see if we pull back here. So that's kind of where I'm at now with this. It's looking all right. It's a nice harmonic about to complete here. And obviously, if crypto starts to move, I'm expecting it to happen today or tomorrow or yesterday. Then maybe these altcoins can start rallying behind after Bitcoin starts to move. Okay, so I don't know if that means this has to go down first to go up, or whether Bitcoin rallying is going to be enough to pull these tokens all the way up. Let me just pull that into something called EW. I think if you're looking for a safe entry, like you don't really want to mess about with catching a dip, and you're looking for a way to just safely enter when the price is finally moving in your direction, then this is the easiest way that I know. You draw an outer trend line from the all-time high, which has been put into the first kind of pivot. That's on the outside, like the outer trend line, so the outside of the price action. And eventually, that line's going to have to break, yeah. And so you could just wait for that line to break, okay. And also, I can see that there's a much steeper trend line as well. So what you could, if you're thinking about a safe entry, it's a little bit subjective, because with trend lines it's usually best practice to take the last 2 pivots and take the last 2. That wouldn't work, because then it'll be these 2. So I'm thinking all the way up to there or there. Maybe that would be the best one from the initial one. And then these were like a little bit of a front run, and that kind of tried to get through, but actually it closed underneath. This might be the best one, actually, just looking at it. And effectively what you have is a steep trend line that needs to be broken first. Let that break. You don't need, there's no rush. You might have to enter higher. That's the problem. Okay, but then it could also go lower. So that will give you the first kind of indication of a change. Break that trend line. Break. Some kind of back test. It can be here, or it could even go down lower. You know, because there is a little bit of a downward momentum now on the lower time frames. You can tell. So maybe this is just not going to go up in the straight line. It's just going to go up and then come down. Maybe take out the lows one more time. Yeah, could even you know, you never know. You know, you could break, find resistors, fall right back down to your area that you really want to buy, and then start working its way up to break. Maybe not, but then actually you do break, and that's when you start going up. Okay, so like you really want to form some kind of bottoming pattern. I think it's unlikely that we just go up in a straight line. It's always possible, but you know, I think you've got a lot of trap liquidity. You've got these downward trend lines that haven't been broken yet, and just looking at this upper range volume, yeah, that's a pretty strong level. Getting back into this upper range value area at about there, about $9.9. It's a pretty strong level. It'd be quite hard to get back in there easily. So whatever happens, if the price does break, it probably will find resistance, and you'll end up coming down anyway for another attack. And the second attack might not break either, you know. So you might end up having to putting volume lower down first before you can get up there. This might actually end up as a much longer correction. We don't know. No one really knows. Even though this is looking like a nice harmonic, it could easily go up there to go down one more time. Yeah. So that's like a 5 waves down. Look, wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. To complete that ABCDE correction, then you could end up with some more correction here before the price actually impulses away, or it could just impulse here. But I think it's unlikely to suddenly impulse in a way that until we break this out trend line, because you're going to be trapped. Any impulsive move is going to be trapped. It's trapped. You've got to break it, find support, and then you break, and then you start impulsing. Impulse, impulse, impulse. It's kind of what you want to do. Something like that would be nice. And I think it's likely that we do break this, find resistance, and come all the way back down to your level of interest. So if the price does find support here, you know, and then we break and go up, we could find resistance just to come all the way down to $4 finally. Yeah. So this is something to bear in mind. And then up to $4 all the way back again. Maybe you form some kind of bottoming pattern here. I don't know. That will take us to the end of the year. I don't know. Like, I really don't know. I'm just making this up. And the price could always do that. The price could always do that. Like, the price can always go up and down erratically without any explanation. Yeah. At the moment, it's looking like it could find support somewhere here to go up. And I think that's largely going to do with what happens with Bitcoin. Yeah. So keep an eye on Bitcoin. Other than that, you've got a massive SR flip in play here, somewhere here. So maybe we're going to find support here first. Maybe in the future the price could come down to $4 after that's played out. All right, I don't know. And obviously the price can always find support here, break that, still find support to attack it again. You know, it can always do that. You know, the price can always do that. And it just depends on Bitcoin, you know. So that's really important to keep an eye on Bitcoin. All right, that's this token. I do think the first one was quite extended, so it's, in my mind, it's more likely than not the second one's going to be, the wave 3 is going to be less extended than the wave 1, but we have to see. You really want it to be more, because then the 5 can be more. If the 3 is less than 1, then the 5 is going to be less than 3. Yeah, it's something to bear in mind. I hope that helped. Any questions? You're still here? There's nothing really else I can do on this. I don't know if I can do any more analysis on this. Maybe there's a channel here as well. Let's have a look. I have to draw it out properly because it's a problem with the magnet. You have to zoom in to magnetize it. Okay, that's something. Can we have a look at the bottom one? It could be, there could be a downward channel here, and look, we came into the midpoint there. See that? It's possible. So it is also possible that we just have one more attack, just to tap the bottom of that channel before we head back up. If we do head back up and just break that, we could, you know, like, who knows, really. That's possible. This channel could be possible, like a downward channel that we're following. And effectively what you want to do is you want to break these trend lines, you want to break the midpoint, then you effectively want to break the outer part, which is that outer trend line that I said. You have to break that eventually. And we have to do a volume range pull here to here. Yeah, $4 is a really good place to buy. You can get that. I'll put an alert on, you know, maybe I'll buy some. $4. I'll just do it on the point of control. Then I don't even have to look at this because I've got an alert. If it happens, it happens, and if it doesn't, I'm not too worried. But that would be a good place to buy, $4. $4, yeah. That'd be good. A good buy on this. $4. I don't even know what this token is. All right, that's that. I hope that helped. Thanks for joining me. If you're welcome to come back anytime. Is Bitcoin going up? Is it going down? Is it going to the floor? Is it going to the moon? Let's have a look. Okay, this is looking a little bit bearish. Bearish. So, yeah. Yeah, SLERF doesn't have the willpower to take us to the next. Yep. Can't tell really. I think it's looking bearish, but again, when it's bearish, that's good. That's when you find the good opportunities to buy, and what you're looking for are some sort of reversal, some kind of confirmation that the price is no longer going down. Yeah, so it always feels bearish before it's bullish. And you know, looking at Bitcoin, it looks really miserable, huh? We really should have held this range, huh, as support. It was trying to. Should have really done that. So this has got me a bit concerned. This close has got me a little bit concerned. But what hasn't got me concerned is that we're putting in higher lows here. I kind of like that. I like to see that. So as long as we can hold that idea, maybe we can get out of this mess. Okay, so I'm still not feeling miserable about going up. The problem is that I haven't shorted. If I was shorting, I'd be like, let's go down. I don't want to go up, I want to go down. And maybe that's wrong, but it's not a problem, you know. I'm looking to buy. So this 1 hour candle was beautiful because we had a close above it. Now you're coming back down for a liquidity grab. Okay. Although it has taken a liquidity from that 15-minute candle. But the 1 hour candle closed well. But the problem is it took the liquidity. Ideally now you want to see the price here find support for a continued move on the 1 hour time frame on SLERF. This is what we need to do. SLERF needs to find strength because that will give us the confidence about Bitcoin. That's what I think. And when I'm looking at SLERF here on Radium, in the last 5 minutes, look at this. In the last 5 minutes, 44 sales, but it's low volume. Look, 3.7k, pretty low volume. On the last hour, you still have more buy volume. Interesting. Can't really tell. I have to see how this plays out today. Don't know. I have no idea. I wish I could buy a shit ton of SLERF, actually. All right. I think I'm going to go. And maybe I'll be back later. Oh, SLERF, my long-term target. I think it'll be a lot easier to come up with a longer term target once we clear all of this. You know, this is the problem. We're stuck underneath resistance, and until we can like start getting above this, all these lines, it's not easy to come up with a long-term target, is it? No. I don't necessarily, yeah, like this is the outer trend line. We're at it now. We came into it yesterday. Not yesterday, the day before yesterday. See that? Yeah, yesterday. It was yesterday because it's the 12-hour time frame. So we reacted off that and we sold. Now we're into this one and potentially this one. If that one is, maybe this is a good place to buy. I think we need to break this area. We need to just come out of this. Just doing in some kind of extension, you know, a 1.618 extension on this whole down move. And I'm only using the buy bit chart from this buy bit high to this buy bit low. That would put us at $5.2. Okay. So I think an extended move on this retracement will take a step. Okay. And the thing about getting up there is then you're in price discovery, and I think then people are going to really pile on. So once, I think the most important thing about SLERF in the future is just flipping that high into support. once you do that, you're in price discovery. Yeah, and that's basically above $1.45 thereabouts. The problem is that in this whole range, you have a lot of people who've been trapped, and we're going to have to get through that. We're going to need a lot of volume and a lot of buying to push through. Effectively, you kind of need Bitcoin to get to Bitcoin's price discovery too, pumping hard. Until you get that, I think this is going to probably be some kind of longer, higher time frame, range bound behavior and price action. And then you just have to see if we get any impulses or not, because that's when we can start counting. Potentially this was impulsive, and this is an ABC correction, getting ready for the next impulse. Potentially that's what I'm contemplating right now. Wave 1, ABC for the next wave. Maybe a flat correction here for the final wave. That's what I'm contemplating right now, just to get us back up to up there. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll be your wave 1. Then you have an ABC correction, and then the fun begins. Yeah, that'll be your wave 3. That's kind of what I'm imagining right now for the waves. So until we get new information, it'll be hard to know. And so let me just kind of imagine this the way I think. That's your wave 1. This is your 2, all the way down to here somewhere. A 3 would probably be, let's have a look at these volumes. Yeah, maybe to don't know. You really want it to impulse all the way up to there, like that. Maybe not May. June. Something like that. That would be nice. And then you have a correction. I don't know, just making this up really. That would work. For the next wave, that would be your most impulsive one, third one, potentially. Up to there. Impulsive wave. I don't know, I'm just making this up really. 1, 2, 3. Flat correction. Really flat one here. For the last wave. There you go. I don't know when it would end, but how far did we get here? December, January. Different days. August? Not really. I don't like the timings. I'm not sure about the timings, to be honest with you. No idea. It's hard to tell about the top and the timings because it all depends on Bitcoin. Yeah. I think there'll be a lot of movement in the price discovery once we get past there. And I think up till that point, I'm probably thinking that we just have to clear the liquidity, correct, and then the move really begins. Yeah, because ever since we launched, the price has just been going down. So if a lot of people bought into that kind of hype, have been underwater for a long period of time, I think it'll be quite easy to clear the liquidity because you'll get quite a good hype with this move if we can do that, get all the way up to there. Then we can have a nice deep correction potentially. Come all the way back down to, I mean, maybe to the point of control. Yeah, I don't know. Like, who knows? Timing's really important, and then you can begin your next move potentially, and it all depends on Bitcoin. Maybe it's going to be more accelerated. Don't know. Then maybe we have much more of a kind of like a correction like that for the final push. Who knows? No one really knows. And we potentially, if that's 1, this is the 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I mean, Bitcoin is a tricky one because, oh, it's pulling back now, isn't it? Shit. It's pulling back. Look at that. It's looking really, really poor. But look, SLERF is looking okay. So I'm not that bearish on Bitcoin because look, SLERF is holding out. As long as SLERF holds, I'm okay. This is looking poor. When it comes to Bitcoin, I've been tracking it and trying to follow it in terms of Elliott waves. I have the correction coming to an end now, you know, so I'm just waiting to see if that happens or not. I literally have the correction coming to an end today, and obviously we haven't had a buyout. We've had a sell-off. So I'd like to see how this daily candle ends. Ideally, I'd like to see this daily candle close above there with a little reaction of a tail. Yeah. And now it's looking extremely droopy, like beyond droopy. And obviously I don't want it to close any. I don't really want to make a lower low here, actually. That being said, this is my BTC count. It's pretty much the same as most people. I've been looking around to compare. You have your wave 1, A, B, C. This is the 1, 2, 3. This is why I think this should be coming to an end, because you have your 4 and you have your 5. Now the 5 doesn't have to be that high. It could be much shorter. No one really knows how far the 5 will be. You just have to count the waves. Potentially the 5 could go up to those higher numbers. It really should start now. If we don't have a 5 now, then we'll end up with a prolonged correction over the whole summer like this. Another WXY, another WXY. Really long, dreadful correction before we have our 5. No one really knows how this is going to play out. And does it have to go up all the way there? No. It could just be kind of this correction. If it doesn't, it could be like that, and it could be like that. Yeah. Come all the way down to 44k. We could have a really miserable flat correction here, and then we could go all the way down like that. So no one really knows whether we're going to impulse out of this low or whether we're going to continue correcting. But one thing I have got us doing is going up. Yeah, because when the correction comes to an end at a key point like a C, and that corresponds with where the wave one begins, you basically have bulls and bears buying the same wave, which is either the next A or the next one. So I really have this impulsing out of here today. But I mean, obviously, look, maybe this just has to play out. I have no idea how this is going to play out. It's looking really bearish, yeah? So I don't know. Like, I think when it's bearish, you have to buy or look to buy. And when it's bullish, you have to look to sell. So, and usually I've been using SLERF as my kind of guide, because if I see that Bitcoin is weak and SLERF is still quite strong, then that gives me the clue that actually, no, Bitcoin is not weak, because SLERF is kind of leading. But here, look, does SLERF look weak or strong to you? It looks bloody weak. That's the problem. SLERF is looking weak. As long as SLERF doesn't go down now as Bitcoin goes down, then we could be in a really good setup for up. Yeah, so that's the key. So now I want to see, as Bitcoin bleeds, does SLERF follow? And if it doesn't follow, then actually this is setting itself up to go up. Yeah, this is what I want to see. And the problem, like the problem with SLERF, I think SLERF is ready to go up. Like, I really do think it's ready to go up. But nothing's going to happen until Bitcoin finds the ground, finds its feet. SLERF has got, it's cleared all of the volume gaps from this move. And we've printed some really nice candle. Like yesterday's candle was really nice. It's quite a strong candle. And today we've just seen a sell-off. Now, as long as I think if we close here, then the next candle could be a nice green up. And then you're actually looking at a quite a nice reversal pattern here. So what I'm kind of thinking to myself is we get something like this. How low could that go? Be lower? Maybe something like that. Don't know how low it would go. Well, maybe if it doesn't, if we close, then I think that would be good, because you could end up with something like this. As long as we don't close underneath this wick low here. Just close within that wick, then the next one could be down and up. That's kind of what I'm imagining. That would be quite bullish to see that. And that would also break that outer trend line. Next one is a back test, pick up liquidity, and the next one could potentially head up. Could potentially head up towards the range point of control. So that's kind of what I'm contemplating if this just closes like that. And obviously the worst case scenario for SLERF would be right, a massive red close into the value area low there. If it closes down there, you'll end up with another liquidation event potentially. But you've closed underneath a lot of kind of areas of support, which will probably flip into resistance. The thing about SLERF is that, look what happened here. Look, it went down, 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 bam, went all the way back up. And so naturally, just because it goes down, it doesn't mean it's going down. And the difference between here and here is that here we'd already lost the low. See? And here we haven't really lost the low. We're still kind of into the low. Yeah. You could say we've lost it there. but I don't think that matters. I think this is what matters. And I do think probably you just have to see how today closes, really. Can't tell until we see today's close. Remember, today's this candle is not looking bullish at all, but we're having a nice buying reaction here. Little swing failure of these lows, so that kind of gives me an indication that people who are short are taking profit. So that kind of gives me a clue that shorts are taking profit, and so they're closing. So that's kind of what you want to see that, but you also want to see the shorts get squeezed. So if the shorts are now taking profit, it's quite a big volume candle there. Look, 617k. Yeah, take the liquidity from the lows. It's kind of, that's a little bit of a liquidation candle actually. Take the liquidity from the lows. It's a good buy candle actually. And so the other thing that I want to see potentially is I want to see if the volume in this profile can, if we can move the point of control lower down. And keep an eye on that. So you can see here on this volume profile that we're putting in a bit of volume here. So if we can put in some more volume, we can hold this area and put in more volume, then maybe we can move, this whole value area can move to the lows. Maybe if we're lucky, we can move the point of control right down into the lows. That would be quite bullish to see that. Quite bullish to see that. All right. So for higher time frame targets, I think it's very possible that, look, what's the price now? We're looking at a 25-cent SLERF. In price discovery, why not $25? Why not? What would the market cap be on that kind of idea? That's the real question. Right now you're looking at a 128 mil market cap. So 100x, it's only 12.8 billion. It's not much in the scale of things. It's not that much. If you contemplate the peak of a euphoria, like a manic, massive hype machine, crypto crazy, you know, all this kind of rubbish. Why could you not get the market cap to high numbers? The question is, will there be enough exit liquidity for all of the people trying to take profit? That would be the question. I think possibly yes, because you know there's quite good trading volume, but you know when you're into the 12.5 billion, you'd also want to see the trading volume go up too. You know, you'd want to see like higher volume. I don't see why not, really. 100x. I don't think it's out of the question. That's why I'm so interested in SLERF. You know, why do you think I'm interested in it? Why do you think I've got? I'm trying to leverage it. Like it's a hard one because I'm. You know, some people they have. I know how to I know how to trade, right? And with trading, you take a long or a short, doesn't matter. As soon as you hit your TP1, you take your profit, and the rest of the trade is a risk-free trade. Yeah, you end up with a small amount left, but that can run, and you can make a lot of money on that small amount if you don't get invalidated or stopped out at break even or whatever. That's trading. Yeah, and effectively with traders, you take profit. And that's all you do. You take profit quickly and you don't think about it until you take the next trade. What I'm thinking with SLERF is slightly different. I'm trying to catch the low. Now, I missed this low. I didn't actually miss it. I saw it happen. I was I was in SLERF, but I didn't take it because I wasn't sure, because this is a brand new token. And I did see some whales buy million SLERF on Radium. I didn't take it. I wasn't sure. I was just learning and experiencing SLERF. And now I think potentially we have the potential here to put in the low. Yeah, this is like the test, right? This is like the spring, if you can imagine the spring, and this is like the test. That's what I'm thinking. And I would love to leverage that. And what I'm thinking is, if we can start going up, I'd like to increase my leverage and leverage, and ride it all the way up to the 100x that we're talking about. So I'm strategically looking to catch the low and build on a leverage position with every sign of strength. Oh yeah, I have a lot of conviction in SLERF. Yeah, the best tokens are the ones that launch when Bitcoin is correcting. The best tokens in any bull market are the ones which go down in a Bitcoin bull market, not the ones that go up. Yeah, these are the best ones. These are the ones that are going to perform these will perform better. Like, I see tokens and they've already pumped, and I'll show you one, for example. It's got a good narrative. Yeah, so this is like an RWA, you've probably heard of it, Prop S. It's got a good narrative. It was launched in, when is it, October, was it November? And it's just gone up and up and up, right? And since its launch, since its kind of point of, since it's low, it's gone up to a max of 1,500% or so, and now it's kind of down to about 700%. While this looks bullish, and because the reason why it's bullish is because you're in price discovery. Yeah, the reality is that a lot of people are not going to get involved with this token. Yeah, just simply because they can already see it's already quite high from most people's entry. And the other problem that you have with this kind of token is that the volume profile here is very minimal. So you know that these people who've entered here are sitting on huge profits. They haven't taken their profit. That's really problematic. Yeah, what you're experiencing here is a problem for a lot of people trying to enter, because if you enter now and then someone decides to take profit, the price is going to be down here. You'll lose your money very quickly. Yeah, so it's harder to enter when it's like this. Yeah, where do you enter? How far is it going to pull back? When do people take profits? They haven't taken profit. You can see there's no profit being taken. Yeah, so naturally you want the price to come back down at the very least to here for an entry. That's where most people will enter. Whether it will come back down there or not, who knows? No one really knows. Okay, no one can predict that. But ideally, that's kind of your first entry. It's that value area high. That will be about 5.5 cents from the point of control. That's the point of control is 2 cents, so that's acceptable. But the problem with these is they've already moved, and so it's difficult for people to jump on board. I think with SLERF it's going to be a lot easier because it hasn't moved. So when people start seeing it move, you're going to start seeing a lot of, especially if it moves like this first, because then you get the whole market ready to buy the big pullback. Yeah. And also this has quite a large network of, like, it's on a lot of exchanges. It's got quite a large volume and quite a large liquidity pool. So I think it will attract a lot of people. And all we need now is a little impulse, get out of here, clear all that liquidity. And I think the first pullback, this may not be deep correction, to be honest with you, depending on how much interest there are. You may end up with, the first one could be a flat correction. You know, and then if you have a flat correction, you're going to go higher. Yeah, you're going to go higher. So I do think the best tokens are the ones which launch during Bitcoin's corrective phase. And when I think about the previous bull market, I think the best ones were the ones which launched during Bitcoin's corrective phase. Let me have a look at if any come to mind. Maybe DOT. Oh God, it's gone down. Forget about my drawings. I always imagine things. They never happen. They always do happen. Who knows? They sometimes happen. Here, look. Let me just have a look at this. Let me just clear all this stuff. Oh, I had a... Oh, DOTS is looking really good, by the way. DOTS at a good place to buy, if you're interested. Launched August, and look, you see the pullback. So it kind of, this is a 3-day chart. It launched, it kind of went up, and then look at the, you see it didn't pump, it just kind of went pull back. So for how many months did it pull back? All the way through to December. See that? This is quite a flat correction, to be fair. So from September to December, it was just in an accumulation range. And look how it exploded out. It started to make higher lows, exploded out. And so I think a lot of people did well in that. Look, it went up 900%. Now you might think that's not much, but you know, DOT is a higher market cap. It was a higher market cap token. Yeah. SLERF is much lower in terms of its market cap. And also DOT has, look, it's on Binance, isn't it? It launched on Binance. Let me have a look at the market cap of DOT. It was basically, look, consolidating at 3.5 billion. Yeah, I think DOT did quite well because it kind of consolidated at 3.5 billion and it went up to $42 billion in market cap. So I don't have a problem with these tokens that kind of go down or consolidate or off. They're off people's radar for a period of time. I think DOT was a really flat correction, so I'm just going to go back to SLERF and have a look. It's been pretty deep. That's why I think it would be good to kind of have a much more wider, like a higher time frame range form here before we can put higher lows in and head up. It's kind of what I'm thinking. So in this situation, I think we just have to clear the trap liquidity and then correct, and then we can have a really explosive wave. But it has to, I mean, Bitcoin has everything to do with the way these tokens are moving, you know. So if Bitcoin isn't looking strong, then all of these tokens are going to struggle. So right now, right now SLERF is actually looking quite good. So I actually think even SLERF is looking stronger than Bitcoin right now. So I kind of get this feeling that Bitcoin is actually looking to go up. I don't have that kind of sense that we're going down. I don't know. I can't tell. We have to see. I'm really bullish on this, huh? I might be wrong. And I don't think I'm wrong. I just think that I don't know where the low is, yeah? So this looks terrible. But you never know. I mean, this might be, we haven't put in a lower low. This is like an equal low. You never know. This might surprise people. This might actually, you know, this might just go up like that. It's totally possible. And you'll still be looking for this, for it to do that, if it did that. What you want to do here is you want to go up and make a higher high. And then try and find support to go up. That's kind of what you want it, what this one needs to do right now. But it needs to hold this low, and then it needs to quickly get back into this range, or the range volume profile of this range needs to now change. So you need to get, we need to put more volume in right now on SLERF at these levels. And it's starting to come. You can see here the volume is increasing. So if let's see what happens. It's the tricky one. Look, I'm not sure. The reason why I think DOT is quite a good place to buy, obviously it's a high market cap token, so it's a lot safer for a lot of people who aren't comfortable with the volatility. Yeah, like SLERF is really volatile. You'll buy and you'll lose all your money quickly. And then you could buy or sell, you can make money quickly. With DOT, you don't necessarily have that problem. But I think on DOT, what I've been kind of tracking is some kind of Wyckoff accumulation pattern. What's that copy price? Back in 5 minutes. That was from before. So this is kind of where we are. And I kind of see a kind of a Wyckoff accumulation here. PS, SCAR, ST in phase B, spring, test, LPS. We've come back to the LPS. So effectively this, what you need is this LPS. It's an area. It needs to hold. It looks like it's trying to hold. And then you need a buy up, which is the last point of support. So that's the lowest point of support. So right now what I'm seeing on DOT is it's pretty good. It's not bad. And if you look at where the price launched back in August 20, it went all the way up to $6. Look where we are now, $6.50. So you're basically buying it at the height of the launch in August 20 right now. It's not a bad place to buy. But I'm not familiar with the ecosystem. I have no idea how it's going to perform. No idea. Shab Udin, hello, good evening. Can you look at IDEA? IDEA. I think IDEA is trash, dude. I looked at it before. That's what you want to do. You want to create that kind of behavior. I think this is what I'm looking for in IDEA, like the price to go up somehow and then to just come back down like that. And I think the reason why is because there's a lot of trapped liquidity in the launch in the previous bull market. Yeah, up there. And effectively this was rugged. Effectively this is like a rug pull. it was sold. They launched their token and they didn't put the money back in. They didn't put the value back in. So all of this is just rubbish price action. And the problem with this is you have really strong down momentum now, really strong downward momentum. So I don't know if this is going to do this, because honestly, it's very possible that this does this and just goes all the way back down. Okay. I don't necessarily think this is going to go up. I think it's very possible that we do kind of round and just head right back down, because the momentum is so strong to the downside. Yeah. You just can't ignore momentum in the market. And I see a lot of downward momentum in this token. The best way to look at momentum is look at the different moving averages. I look at that one. It's pretty miserable. I'm doing a 3-day time frame. There, look at that. It's like a 200 EMA. You see how it's down? 10k slots. I hope so. The problem is with this token really is the momentum. I think right now, there's never really been any kind of rally on this token. So you know, if it rallied and rallied, we could have done something about the momentum, but it hasn't actually happened. So I actually think it's going to struggle. And then the other reason why it will struggle is because you got a lot of trapped liquidity. You never been able to untrap the liquidity in this down move. So a lot of people who are buying are probably thinking about breaking even or selling or just getting out of this token. So you've got a lot of kind of resistance levels, the launch price being the key resistance level. I don't think it's going to break. Okay. And I think whatever happens, you're going to struggle right up there. Here, it's going to be the biggest problem in any bull market. Excuse me. So whatever happens, I do think it's more likely than not this goes down rather than up, just to come back to the lows one more time. Anyway, that's idea. I did read about idea, and some people who initially invested are upset with the project, and that's part of the problem, isn't it? You can't upset your investors, really. You can't upset the people who invested in your project, because the project is really an amazing idea. You know, it wasn't a bad idea. Decentralized crowdfunding. It's a really good idea. But you know, all of these people who invested in this project, they got burnt, you know. If they bought, you know, they're still down 93%, 92% on their investment. So if they came in with like $1,000 or $100,000, they basically got rug pulled, you know. They basically got, their money got stolen. And now you're seeing a lot of volume come in. See that volume? Well, that's greed, because I think there was no attempt was made to defend the launch price. Here, you see, no attempt was made. If you're launching a project and you're taking money from the initial capital raising move, this is a capital raising move. This is where the project makes money in the initial increase in value. Yeah, so it went up like 3,000%, 4,000% from launch price. This is where they made their money, because they sold, basically. They could have used that money to defend this level, to keep it from making a new low here. They didn't even try. So for me, that's problematic. And now they're coming back in. Why are they coming back in October or September? Because of the bull market. So what you're experiencing here is greed. The project has survived the bear market. They've probably done nothing. I don't know, but I'm just making this up. Probably they've just sat on their thumbs for the last 3 years doing nothing. And on the back of Bitcoin and Bitcoin hype and retail crowd going, oh, wow, look at that website. That's a nice idea. They're going to pump this. And so this is just greed, you know, and then they're just going to sell again at the highs. So you've got to be careful of these projects. So they have really nice ideas, but they've been around too long and they've already taken the value from their initial investors. They've already screwed people over. So you got to be careful with these kind of projects. Honestly, I think if it goes up, who cares? You know, that's just luck. If it goes up, you don't want to. There's so many other good tokens to be involved in. This is not one of them. This old project from 2021, which has already moved, is not the right project to be in to make any kind of significant money. And it's quite interesting because look, it moved all the way up to November 21. When did it launch? In July 21. So it launched basically when Bitcoin was doing its last wave. That was the last wave of Bitcoin. In August. It launched at the end of after the drop, when Bitcoin was starting to come back. So they launched it just as Bitcoin was starting to find strength again. So they're very calculated launch, yeah? They didn't launch. They were basically trying to capture as much money from the market as possible before the price ended up selling off. And there was no attempt made here to defend. They could have defended that low. They extracted enough value to buy there and just make sure the price couldn't go down. They could have done that. That would have been what you wanted to see. Kind of some kind of bullish defense. And then you'd be up here, you'd be back up there again. You've got to be careful with these projects, yeah? Honestly, like, I don't know. I can't tell you, but just looking at the chart, there is some problems with the way the price has moved from the last bull market. And the momentum now is just strong down. And it's going to take a long time to change this momentum. And what you really want to see with a token like this, regardless of what's happened in the past, what you really want to see is a really prolonged flat correction here at the lows. That's what you want to see. You get that, no more downward momentum, yeah? Multi-year correction here, and then maybe it can start going up. You know? That's kind of what you want to see. This move here isn't really healthy, because it's the higher you go, the quicker you go. People bought there, they're going to sell. And people who definitely bought here, you go up, they're going to sell. People who bought here, guess what they're going to do? Sell. So you have a lot of sell pressure. Yeah. And the higher it goes up, the less buying you're going to have, because people aren't going to, they'll be looking to make profit. The higher you go, the harder it's going to be. So there's going to be no FOMO here. No one's going to FOMO into this project because it's been around for too long. That's the problem. And so there's a lot of new coins now, which are like, I mean, even if you were to just go and buy WIF, you'll probably make more money than ideology, I'm guessing, but I don't know, but I'm imagining it. With this SLERF, I think this SLERF is going to be better. Yeah, look, SLERF is showing a little bit of resilience at the lows here. So you see, SLERF wasn't that weak. So I like this now. This is starting to look healthy. Starting to look okay, huh? Now, hopefully we can get back up to that value. We need a push up now, huh? SLERF can do it for us. All right, guys. I've been on for too long today. I'm gonna go. Sorry, a bit tired now. TRVL is looking good, so this looks like we could be holding this daily level. I might be back on later for a stream. You know, why not? All right, have a good evening. Thank you for joining me. If you've never joined me before, the master. All right.